Thanks for being here. This is the most fun event I have been to in a very long time. You're about to see why, at least as we kick it off. My name is Brendan Carr, everybody. I'm the CEO of the health system. And can you still not hear me in the back there? Is that what that was? They're saying it's good. So good afternoon. Welcome to the Advanced Longevity and Wellbeing Summit here at Mount Sinai. We very much appreciate your spending some time with us. I'm going to thank two groups. I want to thank the innovators across our system, across our School of Medicine, our School of Nursing, who really are the leaders in helping us to think creatively about what this topic is all about, what longevity and well-being is all about. I also want to thank our patients. It means quite a bit. You're the North Star for everything that we do. We do it in the interest of serving you, and we're very grateful that you trust us to take care of you. The urge to fight aging is as old as humanity itself. And, we all know that for thousands of years, people around the world have created myths about the fountain of youth. Those of us who wear the white coats in medicine, we know that there's not a magical cure for aging, and that we're not going to find a fountain of youth. But we are finding out that longevity can be an amazingly vibrant and wonderful journey. Doesn't always feel that way, but we want it to feel that way more and more. And we know that it's about not just living a long life, but living a really full life. The life that's full of dignity, that's full of happiness, it's full of belonging and community, and with as minimal as possible pain, loss, and hurt. Because longevity isn't just it's not about stopping aging. We are going to age. We believe, though, that we are going to increasingly age well. And that's, I think, what most of us are here for today. Taking care of ourselves, staying connected with loved ones, getting care when you need it, of course. These are core tenets of what well-being is as we age. And this summit today has brought together experts in nutrition, in precision medicine, medical technology, mental health, all the innovators that are focused on enhancing health as years tick by, as they inevitably will. I have spoken many times, for those of you that I spend a lot of time with, about the incredible privilege that I have as the health system CEO to get to meet everyone, every nook and cranny of the organization. I wander into people that are doing transformative, extraordinary things. We treat the whole circle of life, and that's an important thing, I think, to remember, from women who are about to be mothers and give birth to those little tiny babies, and everything that they're faced with, all the way through geriatrics, palliative care, literally everything in between. Literally every step of our lives, in some way, you're connected to the healthcare system, or at a minimum, you're connected to your own identity around health. Every day we watch babies take their first breaths, and unfortunately, we watch people take their last. And it leaves an indelible mark on the way that we think about what it is to age. When you meet our scientific teams, you realize that some of them are digging really deep into a disease process. Some are digging deep into a pathway that underlies that disease, and others are thinking about cross-cutting aspects of biology, chemistry, physiology, because they're common to many diseases. So our goal, the whole goal, everything that we do, is to stitch together the science with the healthcare delivery so that we always treat each individual with a tailored, comprehensive, high-quality, compassionate plan. That's hard. We're getting better at it. We're not perfect, but we see the future. It's essential that we think about the whole of the patient, not your one disease, not your one visit to the doctor, but the whole of the patient. So those who know me would say, you're an emergency physician, trauma, surgical critical care. What do you know about the whole of the patient? And it's true. I spend just a very small amount of time in general when I'm clinical with patients at the front part of their journey. We might make a diagnosis. Sometimes we have a treatment right away that we can do, but a lot of times that immediate treatment's not available, and I have to hand off. I hand off to someone who does something narrowly with extraordinary expertise. You can imagine what this is. This is a newly diagnosed cancer that we find the right oncology team, a critically ill or injured patient where I'm calling a surgeon to go to the operating room. We're sending somebody to the ICU. And those teams depend upon the scientists and all the other clinicians around them in order to provide the comprehensive care that each of us needs. And that comprehensive care includes long-term rehabilitation, long-term mental health care, because each of these things that impacts us in every way. So the point here is that it's a team sport, and we're in this together, and we can only function if we do this with that mindset. There's a silent orchestra every day across the street that's being conducted as we stitch together the science, the clinical care, and the humanity that's required to give people their lives back or to sort of launch them into a healthy way of living. Mount Sinai, is very proud of the way that we generate new insights into longevity, into well-being, and how we prioritize scientific investigation and technological advances. I want to give just a couple examples. Some of the new centers and programs that exist, ASH's lab and the Million Strong Initiative has screened 10,000 men for prostate cancer in New York and beyond. The Mount Sinai Million program is you'll hear about it today, I hope that's not mine. The Mount Sinai Million program is one of the world's largest DNA sequencing programs, decoding DNA and thinking about how we can use that information to stitch it into all of the other components of your healthcare, what happens with your nutrition, with your exercise, with your engagements with the medical system, with the exposures that influence whether or not those genes turn on or not. The list goes on and on. I could talk to you forever about inflammation and the role of inflammation inside of aging and how that's a common theme. Could talk, as I said, about the exposures to environmental things that drive, including food and other exposures that drive the whether or not we are healthy and able to stay healthy. And of course, the physical and mental activities that you engage in or don't engage in and how that influences your ability to age really well. We have a bold vision for healthy aging at Mount Sinai. We really believe that this is the next frontier, and we believe that it's in service to our patients. This is why we do everything that we do. We know that we can all live longer, healthier lives if we work together to do that. And I'll end as I ended last time I spoke at an event that was hosted by Dr. Tawari, which is to say, you are committed to prevention, even though your career is focused on treating prostate cancer. And some people see that as a disconnect. The truth is that you see it everywhere in healthcare. Why do cardiologists always talk about us eating right when their whole business is better if we don't, right? Why do we talk about exercise when, the truth is that not exercising results in a whole lot of things that we can fix across the street? Why is Ash screening people and trying to make sure that he catches cancers early? I think, the goal of today, the goal of this work is to put us all out of a job. And when we get there, that would be okay with us. We'll find something different to do. I'm told that that Ash would become a personal trainer. And that's, I think, so it's a gift to me to be able to be here today. And thank you for being here. And, it will be my pleasure to demonstrate in a moment. But I think right now we're going to quickly hand off, I believe, to Ash. No. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. Good afternoon. How are we feeling? Come on, let's go. This is the first ever Advancing Longevity and Wellbeing Summit by Mount Sinai. So thank you, Mount Sinai, for putting this on. Healthy aging, longevity, it happens through decisions that are made every day and in every moment of every day. And so everybody here is taking a step towards healthy aging and longevity. So thank you for being here. Put up for yourselves as well. This afternoon is going to be really fun. In a few minutes, we're going to get into one of the most fun things. I just want to introduce myself real quickly. My name is Rob Dalto. I'm a marathoner, an endurance enthusiast, a longevity enthusiast. So I'm happy to bring my energy here for the next couple hours as we run through this program. But first, we're going to get us kicked off with a video.
You can do better in managing this body, this life. This is a symposium as to what it means to live healthy, what it means to live longer, and what it means to live with strength, energy, and purpose. And in my mind, the right things are very simple. Human body is meant to move. One of the challenges which we face when we become successful in what we are, we run out of time. And that's the reason I wanted you all to meet the leaders of Mount Sinai Health System. We don't have a day assigned for a healthy living. The day itself has to find slots in which we do the healthy living and how we are all incorporating that into our day-to-day life, even as a busy doctor, as a busy CEO, even as a busy dean, even as a busy president of the hospital. That will be inspiring for you all, and we will learn in this journey.
All right, that's how it's done, hey? All right, so we're gonna do a little live demonstration of seeing some of what we just saw in action. So I'd like to welcome up, we've got Monica Kraft, Dr. Monica on the treadmill, Dr. Carr's gonna be on the Peloton bike, Dr. Tiwari on the pull-up bars, Dr. Stone, we're gonna have you on plank, and Karen Tiger on the treadmill. So we're gonna see how it's done. Now, I just got back. I ran the Boston Marathon on Monday. Do we have any marathoners? Anybody? We got one here. Which marathon have you run? New York City, 6 times. That's amazing. Love hearing that. Yep. Monica, on push-ups. Monica's doing push-ups. Or you could switch. We can audible, we can do both. We're multi-talented. 5, 6, 7. Well done. So we're gonna run through and talk through how we're doing. Are we gonna get a timer on the push-ups? Let's see. We saw, how many push-ups did we see on the video happen? We saw a lot. How many push-ups do you think you could do?
Right now? I'll do 30.
30? Oh my gosh. And why do you like push-ups as a wellness activity?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about wellness since I was rushing to get here today, and I'm really glad we're taking this time to focus on it. But I think about doing a lot of things. I like to do the cardio as well as the whole body workout because you got to take care of yourself because nobody's going to do it for you.
Hear, hear. Well said. All right, you said 30 push-ups. Let's see. Go for it. Let's show her a lot of love. Come on, 30 push-ups is a lot. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Woo! That was darn impressive. That was absolutely impressive. Now very quietly, Joanne Stone, doctor, how are you feeling doing this plank? Haven't even flinched.
What is it?
Haven't even flinched. How you feeling?
I'm good. Yeah.
How many minutes into this plank is she? 3 minutes into this plank. That is absolutely incredible. She's going for 5 minutes. We're gonna check in on that. All right, Dr. Carr, we saw you on the bike on the video. What do you like about biking as a sport for longevity?
I mostly like that I get to listen to music while I'm doing it.
Now, you've got some very particular taste in music. What is that?
That is true. Jen Sherman, if you're here, thank you for the Grateful Dead ride. It gives me great joy.
Woo! Is Jen Sherman here? Is she here? No, okay.
For anybody who doesn't know them, can we just point out that these are like three incredibly world famous people right here that are doing push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping rope in front of you.
So good. And Karen, on the treadmill, how often do you run and why do you love running for longevity?
I run mostly outdoors and I run a treadmill. And I run it depending upon what I'm training for. Right now I'm training for a half marathon. So I run 4 to 5 miles during the week and then long runs on the weekend.
That's awesome. Which half marathon are you training for?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, stand up. Let's go. 5 minutes. You've done 5 minutes. You haven't even, how long are you to go for? That is incredible. Good. Give it up. That is absolutely incredible. That's awesome. Now, this is a great demonstration of staying active and well-being. Look, this is a team sport, so we're gonna have everybody just stand up real quick. Stand on up. There we go. We're all gonna get a little stretch here. And first thing, just reach, get a good stretch in. Get those arms up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then get those arms out. Get those fingers in between each other and just push out in front of you.
Let's invite Dr. Monica Kraft, who is the chair of medicine, to officially inaugurate this event.
Oh, Ash is supposed to do that. That was not part of the plan. Anyway, well, thank you, Ash, and thank you for organizing this. It's really all his doing. This is his baby. I'll give him a hand. Yay! He's always so sweet to have others involved. So, as I think about the world around us right now and how tumultuous things are, it's really nice to be able to spend a few moments reflecting on what it means to think about your wellness and longevity and healthy aging, because it's not so easy to do that these days. I'm speaking for myself, and I really have to make it a priority. I think now more than ever. So I think having a session, a meeting like this afternoon where we can think about that and focus on all the amazing advancements going on in this area at Mount Sinai. I'm just really impressed when I looked at the agenda and saw the speakers. I'm really awed by all of you, and I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you all for being here.
Last few years, when I had a patient who needed to be admitted to ER, and I was making a 3 a.m. call, guess who was picking it up? Dr. Brendan Carr. Really, you are an amazing physician before you are the CEO. And I think that's the drive. That's the reason you are leading us all to next level. Thank you. And in this room, you are seeing most of the senior executives, department chairs, institute heads, the deans, the presidents. They are participating in this because goal is only one. We are not just supposed to treat patients. We want to give them a better life. And I personally am involved with a cancer which 98% of the times I win. By victory, I mean that the patients live for a long time. But when they live for the long time, I really want them to live. And it should be a quality of life that becomes a very important variable. It's not uncommon nowadays that someone will come after 17 years and give me a hug. Because we can change the duration of life. But over the time and my own challenges in life, I realized that there is a lot more to be done to the healthcare than just operating on someone, prescribing something. It's easier to prescribe than to motivate. If they are healthy, if they are doing the right thing, the likelihood of cancer becoming more troublesome cancer goes down. So that's the driver in my mind, that as a doctor, I shouldn't be just focusing on so-called mainstream healthcare. And luckily, we have colleagues here who are experts in the different parts of it. So that's the reason we wanted to organize this event. There's no doubt in the last 100 years, the life expectancy has gone up. I have a feeling it will go up even further in next 10, 15 years. There will be your digital twins. There will be a revolution in the genomics. There'll be a revolution in the so-called targeted therapies. People will be living longer. There is no doubt about it. But as life expectancy has gone up, patients' functional capacity has gone down, meaning they are living, but living with pain, living with shortness of breath, living with inability to get up. These are the kind of things which are potentially what you call preventable. And that's the whole theme here is we have experts who will give you what VO2 max means, what does the muscle strength means, what are the nutritions, what are the blue zones, why we should be focusing on just not life expectancy, but the living the life in a healthier way. And hopefully at the end of the session, some of you will make few notes. And in a simplified version, if you don't remember anything else, 3 miles a day, keep doctors away. Stay with them.
I love what you said. It's easier to prescribe than motivate, how important it is to maintain that motivation each day. And I always thought an apple a day kept a doctor away, but I like that as a fellow runner, 3 miles a day sounds way better. So thank you.
When you live in Big Apple, apple a day doesn't work. 3 miles a day works.
Just want to get a quick feel for who's in the room here today. So who's a healthcare provider of some sort? Raise your hand. Hands up. Great. Okay, a bunch. Who here has had cancer or is a cancer survivor? Wow, a lot of hands, a lot of hands. Who here is a caretaker of some sort for somebody who might be struggling with or dealing with cancer? A couple of folks. And who's here just for the vibes? Let's go. That's what we're talking about. All right. So we're like we said, this day is all about balancing fun and all the things to get to longevity. We've got a bunch of food coming out. This is going to be a nice little treat. This next session, Culinary Fusion for Longevity. So I'd like to welcome up to the stage Vikas Khanna, our Michelin-Star chef in the house. Thank you, Chef.
Hi everyone, I'm Chef Vikas. I had no idea why I was going to be here. I thought I'm doing some catering. Then I was told I'm not allowed to use fire. So I'm like, but what am I going to talk about? And she said, let's talk about history of Indian kitchens. Until I was 13 years old, we never went to a doctor in my hometown in Amritsar because my grandmom said, the kitchen is the dispensary. What you eat is how you feel and how body is nurtured. When I came to New York almost 25 years ago, I realized this takeout is our dispensary. Like everybody's doing takeout for everything. Hardly people are cooking here. But one thing which I learned from cooking Indian food for the last 41 years was that every spice that was added to Indian cuisine was a part of a benefit in the concept of Ayurveda. And I did everything. I did not care about it because I was trained in France, America, India, and I stopped caring about all these little things until the day my sister was diagnosed with lupus. She was my only family and very healthy. She was a fashion designer. And I would think about food as just like it has to be modern, it has to be French. And I stopped putting attention to all Ayurveda for help. My biggest achievement in my life would not be the books, my restaurants, television. It has to be that I did not let her eat the hospital food for the last 2 years. And this was happening during the pandemic. So many times our visiting hours were shortened and I did not know how to get her the breakfast because they said that kidney is totally not functioning, but they were still giving tomatoes in the hospital food. I still saw a banana in the breakfast tray. She was paralyzed. She has a lot of hematomas on her body. I learned everything about periods, everything I learned. As a sister, as a brother who wants to keep his sister alive, I did everything. And then eventually we were about to have a kidney transplant. And that is when I had started understanding what fitness is. Because they said my kidney has to be 100% functioning. The numbers. I had no idea about numbers. I didn't know how many kidneys we have. And my doctor is like, my sister is telling my doctor, my brother is so dumb. Even if there was one kidney, he'll still give it to me. So please tell him that we have 2 kidneys and he's not going to die. Everything led for me to learn back to the basics of my grandmom, that the dispensary is right in the kitchen. I got some spices, and every time you come to my restaurant, Bungalow in New York, I'm not here to pitch the restaurant, but we give a small spice box when you leave. This is Indian gooseberries. It's called amla. This is one of the highest forms of vitamin C. You can add it to smoothies. It's very sour. You can add it to any sauces you're cooking at home. So we decided that we're going to give spices to people as a form of longevity when they leave the restaurant. Use of turmeric has been over talked about, but there's so many different spices like nutmeg, which I have it here. It's so important for digestion and well-being. I know we are in New York City and many people have not been to proper farms in life, but this is the same spice. Mace is an outer covering of nutmeg, but mace has absolutely different benefit for inflammation in body. And so does all these spices which help in digestion, inflammation. Black pepper, this country was discovered because of these peppers in my hands. This is what Christopher Columbus was looking for. Not just because of the taste, it was called as black gold because of the benefit all these spices have. I felt that, many of the times for 3 years struggling in hospitals, I felt that the hospitals really need to up the game, just one step at a time. I'm not here to make any appeals or petitions. I'm just here as a brother who lost the most precious part of his life. And because of the pain I had so much that I couldn't save her, I focused all my energy and pain into opening the restaurant, which she dreamt of. So I feel that this cuisine, food, whatever we are serving right now, I feel that looking back into our ancient principles was so much more important right now, more than ever. My grandfather was 95. He used to walk every day. He came back from a walk of 3 miles. 3 miles, not to keep the doctors away, but we didn't have any doctors. And he came back, he's told my grandmom, and he died as a saint with full dignity, full respect. My grandmother was 98, full eyesight. She was 6 on 6. I can't see anything like at this age. I think the diet has so much of influence. We talk about so much of health, running, gyms, everything, but it's the kitchen where all the secrets are hiding in so many ways. This is that one thing which actually consume, which feeds all our organs, which make all the decisions for our life. I didn't step on anybody's feet. I'm not qualified to be here, I understand. But I just came here because I felt the pain was so deep, what I lived through. And I do believe in exercising, absolutely. That 6 months where I had to have 100% body numbers, I worked out like crazy. And then after that, I was totally demoralized. I didn't go to gym. I was paying for, New York Sports Club is automatically charge me. And they're not going to let me go. But I stopped paying attention to all those things. I was in a severe depression. And only thing which I could come out was revisiting everything, all the steps which went wrong during her journey. Thank you for inviting me here.
He is in a starship and he lives a healthy life. And he is a reminder that tasty food doesn't need to be unhealthy. As he was saying, our 1 hour of workout, we can undo it in 5 minutes in the fridge. So we have to think and have a different relationship with food. And he inspires. He is a really phenomenal chef and so proud, so thankful for you to do so. Thank you. As much as he has talked about Bangalore, try getting a reservation there, you will realize.
Thank you, Chef. Before you leave the stage, just a question. So what did you bring out here? And is there anything in particular of what's on stage that you recommend somebody go home and try tonight? By the way, these are absolutely beautiful, the spices that you brought here.
This is called star anise because they look like stars. So I feel when nature has given us diseases, it's also found solutions for us in many ways. But star anise is amazing. Smell it. Yeah.
I feel like I've drank
Anise. Yeah, in a lot of liquors it's used for. So we have cardamom here, which is amazing for digestion, a mouth freshener. It also is amazing. Just like cloves. We did not have a dentist in my small town where I grew up. All we were given was a clove to put in our mouth. It would numb the pain. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. Black pepper is amazing for eyesight. I'm not here to make claims about anything which says that this solves every problem, but we were told that a small dose of this in right proportion when you cook helps every single day. Most of the dishes in Indian mainstream cooking throughout the country uses a pinch of turmeric. That's for inflammation every single day. And we know that when you have, I did not know what inflammation was till I started visiting the hospitals to save her. And that's when I came to know what prednisone was. That how much dose prednisone. And my doctor is telling me, oh, you know what? We need to go back and revisit in India. He said, start giving her a pinch of turmeric in everything you cook. This is going to help her.
Incredible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Smelt the microphone. That's not how it's meant to be used. All right. In case you weren't hungry enough after that awesome presentation, all these beautiful spices, I'd like to welcome up Sarah Raggi to talk about fueling for added energy. Welcome to stage, Sarah.
Yeah, good. Okay, check. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. Daphne, thank you for having us. This is a really fun day out of the ordinary for us. I'm Sarah Raggi. I'm here with my executive lead coach, Annie Dixon. And just a show of hands before we get started. Raise your hands if you'd like to have a little bit more energy in this room. Anybody finding themselves tired, white knuckling through the day? Anybody wake up thinking about they can't wait to go to sleep that night? That happens to me sometimes. So today we're going to talk to you. There you go. Today we're going to talk to you about how to eat for energy. And I'm going to suggest that everything that you want is on the other side of blood sugar balance. Learning how to balance your blood sugar. Energy, weight loss, better sleep. It all happens when you figure out the power of balancing your blood sugar. So the problem, obviously, is sugar. Sadly, the average American consumes 1/3 a cup of added sugar every single day. Now, by added, I mean that's not including healthy foods like bananas, maple syrup, agave, organic cane sugar. And so this is a lot of sugar on top of what we're already consuming. It's actually specifically 17 teaspoons. Why is it so bad? Well, it's in everything. It's in condiments, energy bars, chips, yogurt, marinara sauces. We have to read those labels. And it causes a lot of things that aren't so great. Weight gain, heart disease, acne, diabetes, depression, cancer, fatigue, accelerated aging. One of my favorite things to see when we start with a client and we pull them off of sugar, and I promise you that that is a rocky 2 weeks. Rocky 2 weeks, the detox from sugar. When we pull them off of sugar, we literally watch them reverse age. We watch them Benjamin Button. We start to see that they not only feel better, but they're starting to look younger. And they're turning back that clock. Natural sweeteners, we always get asked this question, sugar is sugar. Dates are, yes, way more beneficial than straight sugar, but it's still sugar. Honey, maple syrup, coconut sugar, we just have to watch when we are consuming those foods. And sadly, accidentally, it's in almost everything that we're consuming. So we have to go out on the defensive.
There was a fascinating study done with rats in 2007 and published in the NIH that found when rats were given the choice between a hit of sugar and a hit of cocaine, 94% of the rats chose the sugar. And furthermore, they were willing to work harder for it. So this indicates that sugar is as addictive, if not more, than a very powerful drug in cocaine. So it's just a very powerful study about the impact of sugar and its effect on our bodies.
So you always want to opt for organic stevia or monk fruit. Erythritol is not your friend. And a lot of the stevia products have, made with erythritol. That is a negative, not a positive. Take your phones out, because the next time you go to the grocery store, you are going to be wildly surprised at how many different forms of sugar are in foods that you are looking for. So these are alias names. Anything ending in an OSE is a form of sugar. I have 2 young kiddies. I have a 4 and an 8-year-old. Okay, so the solution, as I mentioned before, is blood sugar balance. This is the heart of our program. This is what we do with every single person that we come across. It helps you increase your energy. It helps you decrease your cravings. And I promise you, optimize the amount of time your body burns fat every day. The repeated feedback that we hear when we pull people off of sugar is, I am accidentally losing weight. I promise, you will never be on another diet again. You will never count points or calories. Those days are over. When you figure out how to moderate and balance your blood sugar, all the magic happens.
So what does this look like? This is a graph that we like to call the blood sugar roller coaster. We have 2 lines here. The red line is a high sugar, high glycemic meal. This is the chocolate croissant.
This is the bagel with cream cheese. This is even the oatmeal in the morning. The green line is a blood sugar balancing, lean protein, healthy fat, and fiber. Your goal is always the green line. But let's talk about what's happening with the red line. So when we eat sugar and carbohydrates, our pancreas, it sends out insulin to grab that sugar and transport it to our cells for fuel. We always like to say, what goes up must come down. So anytime we spike that glucose, you're going to have that corresponding dip in blood sugar, and what happens? Enter cravings, enter hunger. We've all been there, that 4 p.m. dip in blood sugar. What are we going for? We're going for the goldfish in the pantry from our kids. We're going for the cup of coffee or a high sugar snack. Your body is smart. It knows the quickest way to fuel is more sugar. So how do we prevent that from happening? Again, we lean in what we call the power trifecta for balanced blood sugar. Your mantra should be, where is my protein? Where is my healthy fat? Where is my fiber? Sarah, what's fiber?
Veggies, the fancy word for veggies. Get those veggies in. So the goal really is to become a fat burner. Most of us in this room, most of us in the world are burning sugar as a primary source of fuel. We've all heard of the term ketosis. It's the state of burning fat for fuel. Why do we get fat on the outside? We are not using fat and utilizing fat on the inside. We have thousands and thousands of calories stored in our adipose tissue waiting to be used, waiting to be utilized. And so if we don't kick our day off with the Starbucks latte with caramel syrup, and we don't kick it off with a Cliff Bar or a Kind Bar or a fruit-laden smoothie or oatmeal or a bagel, we're in fat burn zone. And then you add a little bit of an intermittent fast to that, and bingo, you are game on for becoming a fat burner.
So we're all about science to back our programs. And this is another cool study done that looked at how your breakfast choice affects your calorie consumption later in the day. 3 groups of people were given 3 different meals, all at the same calories. One was instant oatmeal, one was steel cut oatmeal, the other was a veggie omelet. The only difference between the instant oatmeal and the steel cut oatmeal was the fiber content. So as you can see on the glucose monitor, the instant oatmeal had the largest spike in glucose, very similar with the steel cut oats, and very deep falls. Remember, when it falls, enter cravings, enter hunger. It's very hard to turn that food noise off once you have that dip in blood glucose. You can see the omelet was a nice little gentle rolling tidal wave. That's what you want with your blood sugar. Consequently, the omelet eaters ate significantly fewer calories than the oatmeal eaters during their afternoon snack. So it's just as the power behind choosing savory, that protein, fat, and fiber for breakfast as your first meal of the day to help set you up for success.
And I really look at that green line like coasting. I am in food freedom zone. Red, I've got the voices all day long. I'm thinking about that next meal. The food noise is loud when I am waiting to crash and fall all day long. The other thing is we live in a data tracking era, and we love to put a Whoop band or a continuous glucose monitor on clients. I saw this gentleman has one on, CGM.
I've got one too.
And so Annie's got one too. And this is a really, really cool device. It allows us to see what your blood sugar is doing throughout the day. What is making you spike? What is making you fall? What spikes Annie might not spike me, and vice versa. So it really is neat to watch what is your body doing, and then we use that to drive how we create your plan and coach you every single day. The constant spikes and dips are bad. Why is this? Besides just not feeling good or always feeling hungry and thinking about food, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, hormonal imbalance. We have never seen a larger uptick of young women with polycystic ovarian syndrome. We are getting consultations on the regular for young girls as young as 13, 14 years old that are dealing with this horrific hormonal imbalance. Metabolic syndrome, there's a reason why GLPs are all the rage right now and flying off shelves. Alzheimer's disease is now called type 3 diabetes. It is one of the foundations of caused by sugar, and hypertension.
So, like I mentioned before, to summarize, what is our answer to this balanced blood sugar? We call it the power trifecta: lean protein, healthy fat, and fiber.
So it sounds like we're telling you to never have any sugar, never have any fun, maybe never have pasta again or a glass of wine. It's absolutely not the case. We would never tell you to do that. We're not going to give those things up.
We love our Friday pizza.
We love our Friday pizza. I'm married to a Jersey boy, and we order our pepperoni pizza, and we have our little routine, and that's what we do. But I will tell you that the order in which you eat your food actually matters.
So this is what we call the SWW plate. So how do we have the pizza? You start with your leafy greens, then you have your protein, then you have your carbohydrate. Those non-starchy leafy green vegetables act as what we call the blood sugar blanket. It slows the release of glucose into your bloodstream so that when you do have the carb, it's not going to have a huge impact on your blood glucose.
And back to the behavior that we're trying to encourage, this allows you to go out to that fun dinner, a celebration with your family, or a date night and say, I can have the bread, I can order the pasta, I can have the French fries. I'm just going to set myself up for success before I do that, whether I'm having protein before I go out, or I'm sitting down and I'm going to order the sashimi and then have the roll with the rice. Or I'm going to order the shrimp cocktail and then I'm going to have the pasta. It's really as simple as that. You will feel better. You will eat less of the pasta because you had some shrimp cocktail before. And it is a surefire way to make this low blood sugar balancing lifestyle sustainable. Yeah. I love it. I love intermittent fasting. It's free. You can do it anywhere. You can vary your times. The one thing about intermittent fasting I think is important is that you vary your fasting times. So 16, 14, 12, and be intuitive with it. Really listen to your body. I think a lot of people are like, okay, today I'm going to intermittent fast. I'm going to hit 16 hours. And they are crawling through the last couple of hours, not feeling well. Your body's in a stressed state when you're in a fasted state. So it's important to not make yourself stressed 7 days a week doing a 16+ hour fast. We have to let our bodies know it's safe to let go of fat. And so I recommend varying it, but I love it because it's one of the easiest things you can do anywhere and it's free. Okay, and our takeaways.
All right, so choose savory over sweet for your first meal of the day. Use protein, fat, and fiber to balance that blood sugar. Think the green line. So we want you to leave here thinking of that green line: protein, fat, and fiber. As you can see on this glucose monitor, you have that huge spike in the middle, and look at that very deep, steep fall. It's at that fall, again, enter cravings, enter more hunger. It's really hard to turn those voices off. Use a continuous glucose monitor. We do this with our clients all the time, and it is so powerful. Data helps drive our recommendations. So what spikes Sarah may not spike me. We are all very individual in terms of what's going to cause that spike and what's not. And then follow that SWW plate. So leafy green veggies, followed by your protein. And then if you're going to have the fries, go for it. You'll probably eat less.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Super insightful. I loved, you pointed out.
Thank you.
You pointed out on the red, yellow, and green charts how you can actually see that in your body now using continuous glucose monitor. And I have been wearing these just for everyday living. It is unbelievable what you can learn. And one of the biggest takeaways for me wearing a continuous glucose monitor is what you may have been thinking about how you respond to foods. It tells you, yeah, you were right. Yeah, you had that big burrito and now you're like falling asleep at the table. It's telling you that data. It's showing you those spikes and you can make decisions based off that
Absolutely.
data. So
That's the goal.
that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the question was about the history of CGMs. I will not go into depth on it as a non-clinical professional, but what I can say is that there are now FDA-approved devices. The one I'm wearing is by Abbott. They're Lingo by Abbott, and it is FDA-approved. Of course, a lot of the science comes from the common use cases for diabetes, and now is consumer available. Oh, David Petrino, Doc, come on up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. So I'm here to talk to you about longevity, human performance, but from a different direction. First, I'll talk to you about human performance and longevity from a traditional direction in the work that we've done within the Department of Rehab and Human Performance. And then we're going to sort of think about it a little differently. All right, so I'm from the Department of Rehabilitation and Human Performance, and I am the Director of Rehab Innovation. Now, what that means is I run 6 centers. Each center has its own specific clinical focus, and they're all focused on technology innovations and how we can quickly get them to people in order to change their lives. We do everything from working with the best athletes in the world all the way through to first-in-human clinical trials of implanted brain-computer interfaces. We work with pediatrics. We work with end-of-life care. We cross the performance as well as the ability spectrum in our work. Our general guiding principle is that we never want anyone to be told that there's nothing else that can be done for them. Again, it doesn't matter if it's an athlete coming in and saying, I want to run faster than I already am, or if it is a stroke survivor who has been told that recovery won't be possible for them. We want it to be the group that can say, there's one more thing we can try, there's a new technology, there's a new clinical trial, and get them access to those technologies. So I'm going to start off talking about Performance 360. This is our center that is focused on human performance. Like a lot of people who work in rehab, my only intersection with sports medicine was sports medicine. I worked with high-performance athletes. Someone got concussed. Someone had an injury. I was there helping them to recover. We were using all sorts of new technologies and things to move them forward. I then started working in human performance, a little bit different from sports medicine. And it first started when the head of human performance at Red Bull, a gentleman by the name of Andy Walsh, met me at some sort of a mixer, and he said, well, what do you do? And I was like, oh, I'm a neuroscientist. He's like, beautiful, neuroscientist. I really want to meet a neuroscientist. I need you on a new project of mine. Come out to LA and let's talk about it. And I said, what's the project? He's like, oh, little thing, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. So 2012, we dropped this guy out of space. This was where I started to realize that no matter how good you are at your job, and Felix was pretty good at his job, and then no matter how individualistic your sport is, skydiving is a pretty individualistic sport, you still need a team to make it happen. You still need a lot of different sort of features to all line up in one place, especially when you have very, very little room for error in what you're doing, in order to be able to complete the task. So as you might imagine, after this, I was pretty hooked. And in Performance 360, we sort of span the globe in what we're trying to do. So we work with athletes like Felix, who are trying to do one feat or one task that has never been done before. We also go out into fairly remote locations to study physiology of high performers who are natural high performers. So this is in Nanyuki, a tiny little village in Kenya, where we're working with Maasai tribesmen who invited us to come and visit their village so that they could see if they were going to be competitive marathon runners and if they could train to be marathon runners. So I wandered around this village for a few days running VO2 max testing on just all of the young guys in the village who were interested in being marathon runners. I know that we've got a marathon runner hosting. Average VO2 max for these young guys who weren't training, by the way, so untrained, just wandering around, was sitting at 78. For reference, for those of you who don't know VO2 max numbers, if you're winning the Tour de France, you're sitting at about a 90. So these completely untrained individuals sort of had a jet engine under the hood, and we're just walking around herding goats all day. Literally, that was the job. We also work with athletes who come in all shapes and sizes. So this is the Quad Gods. These are a competitive esports team. So these guys are cognitive athletes. They're also quadriplegics. So this is a team of highly successful esports athletes who go out and use adaptive equipment to, beat the pants off of non-disabled elite esports athletes and win prize money and are quite competitive and ranked in multiple different games. So no matter where we're seeing high performance, we're doing what we can to learn from it. We're trying to understand what are the components of high performance. And as we start to think about optimizing human performance, we start to see that there are lots of different levers and dials that we can pull. And they're not all physical. A lot of these things are spiritual. A lot of these things are cognitive. A lot of these things require understanding of team dynamics and how someone is operating, even if they're an individualistic performer, how they're operating as part of the rest of their team. Because let me tell you, if you've got a high ego and you're an individualistic performer and the rest of your support team doesn't like you very much, you're probably not going to be performing at your peak. So as we've started to work on these projects, we have worked with high performance endurance athletes to try and understand what happens when we push them to the absolute edge of human performance, and then can we push them a little further by modulating their nervous system with different equipments and technologies. We've instrumented athletes in very tricky situations and tried to record brain activity in surfers to understand when they're seeing a wave that they would like to ride versus not like to ride, and see what happens to their physiology as they're entering a zone where they're actually surfing, better than when they're not surfing. So can we actually predict performance from physiology? This was flow dynamics was really the goal of this one. We also studied creativity. So working with Red Bull breakdancers to try and understand how these folks are able to adapt in real time to a highly creative sport and make decisions based on what they're seeing others doing in a competition, and then adapt their own routine to match what they're seeing and to be as successful as possible. We also study fear, sensation seeking, what you do under pressure. So we were really fortunate to study around 50 big wave surfers and regular wave surfers to try and just understand why someone would do this. Like, in what world are you just thinking that this is a good idea, jumping on a 100-foot wave? And understanding that, yes, big wave surfers actually respond completely differently to threat and fear compared with small wave and regular wave surfers who are equally skilled, so equally internationally ranked as surfers, but just not willing to jump on a 100-foot wave, for obvious reasons as far as I'm concerned. Also, just want to take a moment to name the fact that we often hear a lot of, phrases thrown around, and they're not all equal. So high performance medicine is helping someone to achieve a goal at all costs. It's not always the same as longevity medicine. We've already heard 3 miles a day keeps the doctor away. And again, apologies to our marathon runners. Marathons are probably not the best way to promote longevity. However, many people want to run a marathon, and that's fine. It's just not the most evidence-based way to prioritize longevity. So high performance medicine really helps people hit singular goals, task-specific goals that they want to excel at, versus longevity medicine, where all we care about is actually making you live for as long as humanly possible. And then we have concierge medicine. I also want to name the fact that that is completely different from both. That's working collaboratively with people to meet specific health goals or specific goals that these folks have. They can often be arbitrary goals. And often concierge medicine docs have to do a lot of harm reduction. So, someone will be like, hey, I was watching Brian Johnson's Twitter and he said, let's do plasmapheresis. And, the concierge medicine doctor needs to say, hey, how about we just don't do that, and maybe some more fluids, and we can work up to plasmapheresis. So these are some of the things that we think about with which bucket to put clients into when they come to us asking for human performance advice. So we're going to sort of start to slowly change gears here, but before we move on to the other side of longevity, let's talk about why we age. So I think the main modifiable factors for why we age right now are mitochondrial dysfunction. Our cells become less efficient at making energy. Immune dysregulation. Our immune system becomes less efficient at fighting off infections, which leads to more inflammation. It also leads to latent viruses starting to react within and reactivate within our bodies. We get hormonal dysregulation. Typically, sex-specific hormones start moving in directions that we're not particularly happy with, but also hormones like cortisol, which can promote inflammation. We also start to experience cardiovascular inefficiency. Less blood and oxygen is getting to our tissues. Essentially, our bodies start to become less efficient at what they do. Our cells stop replicating as quickly, stop functioning as efficiently, and opportunistic infections can more easily get the better of us. That's why we age. That's why we die. On that cheery note, I want to talk about the dark side of longevity research. We've been talking about all these things we can do to optimize, to sort of like boost things. And to that end, we should also talk about infection-associated chronic illnesses. For those who haven't heard that term before, that is an area that we study in our center here at Mount Sinai called the Cohen Center for Recovery from Complex Chronic Illness. Basically, when we're talking about an IACI, we're talking about a disease state that emerges when you get sick with a pathogen. Could be COVID, it could be mono, it could be some other virus, it could be Lyme disease from a tick, and you just fail to return to your pre-infection baseline level. That is as simple as we can make an IACI. You got sick with a pathogen and you never fully recovered. And the symptoms can be really varied. They can affect every single organ system. In long COVID, we see over 200 symptoms emerging, and they affect everything. The symptoms are very generalizable. They can be extraordinarily debilitating. The last CDC household pulse survey told us that 7% of Americans have long COVID, and 25% of that 7% have it so severely they can no longer work. So this is something that can be extraordinarily debilitating. So what's driving all of these symptoms? And I'm just going to blast through some really cool science that has been done by some amazing collaborators of mine and our own team, and then we'll finish. But the first thing that we know is, and if you just go back and think about, those modifiable factors on longevity, and now you think about what I'm about to tell you, you're going to start to see some similarities. The first is we have seen T-cell exhaustion, and we've published on this, T-cell exhaustion, latent viral reactivation, and autoantibody production, so autoimmunity emerging freshly in people with long COVID. So infection-associated chronic illnesses cause aging of the immune system and a less efficient immune system. We've also seen that blood vessels and cardiovascular issues emerge in people with long COVID. So David Systrom at Harvard, we published this paper last year showing that blood vessels start to get damaged by long COVID. We also showed, David Systrom's group at Harvard showed that people with long COVID have effectively heart failure. They have reduced VO2 max compared to age-matched controls. They have reduced oxygen extraction, and they have impaired preload failure. All early signs or forms of heart failure, which basically tell us that their heart is aging, disproportionate to their current age, and is being less efficient at getting blood and around the body to their organs and their tissues. We've also noted that sex hormone depletion is associated with worsened long COVID symptoms. So women with long COVID tend to have lower testosterone, and the lower their testosterone gets, the worse their symptoms become. Whereas men with long COVID tend to have lower estrogen, and the lower their estrogen gets, the worse their symptoms become. And not only that, we also see sex-specific symptoms emerge based on those hormonal patterns. And we also see mitochondrial dysfunction. So our body's energy producers start to become dysregulated and unable to produce energy. We've seen this in muscle, where people with long COVID actually start to produce waste products and waste proteins in their muscles when they're asked to exercise, where their healthy controls do not. And we've also seen that on average, people with long COVID will have 20% increase in their resting metabolic rate, meaning that when we ask them to just sit in a room quietly and do nothing, their body is churning 20% higher than age and sex matched controls, indicating that their energetic system is broken. So the key takeaway from all of this, for everyone who is interested in studying longevity and thinking about longevity, we should understand that this is part of a spectrum. Yes, we can learn a lot from the high performers in the world, but also we should be looking at some of these folks who are living with energy limiting diseases and infection associated chronic illnesses, because I think that a lot of what we're seeing there, the big key takeaway is that these are diseases of accelerated aging. That's how we should think about them. And we should be studying them urgently if we want to better understand longevity. So I'll leave it there just by acknowledging all the wonderful people who did the work, but thank you.
So thank you very much for that. So as a passionate marathon runner about to give a talk about marathons, but also it's really not about marathons. When you think about longevity and fitness and wellness, like what are some of the things that you recommend folks do that are sustainable?
Yeah, so I think that all of the literature points us in the direction of regular movement being healthy and helpful for longevity, so long as you do not have an energy limiting disease. And then we go in a different direction with energy conservation techniques like pacing. When people are, typically healthy and we're recommending movement and fitness, most of the longevity literature tells us, it's quite boring, but moderate intensity exercise, roughly 30 to 60 minutes most days of the week. It's not sexy. It's not, putting you in a place where you're going to have like six-pack abs and all of these things that, that are idealized. But the reality is for cardiovascular health, those are the goals, and not pushing yourself into strenuous zones. I will also say that we also have data from, Olympians and high performance athletes that we've followed through lifespan. I'll also say, very clearly that doing things like running marathons and so on and so forth will still extend your life beyond being sedentary. So we have clear data on that. So really, the point is, if you're aiming for longevity, activity levels should be moderate. They should be, and when we say moderate intensity, still able to have a comfortable conversation as you're doing the exercise, and regular, most days of the week.
So we'll stick with the 3 miles a day recommendation. We're good with that. Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, I'm on the stage now, so I'll give you my 2 cents. I think we heard all about it. Movement every day, movement regularly, moderately, and if you can do it with a pal, it's the secret sauce. Find a community, find something that you can get involved with that's going to keep you going out regularly. I love what Dr. said earlier. That we've heard. All right, I'm going to give you a little story. This is a personal story. It's about marathons, but it's really not about marathons. And I'm going to start with a few of the most important pictures in my life. These are the porta potties at the starting line of the Boston Marathon in Hopkinton, Massachusetts. And this story begins on April 18th, 2023, when I was sitting in this porta potty and I was contemplating life. I was out on a quest to complete the 6 Abbott World Marathon Majors. It's this series of races. They go Tokyo, Boston, London, Berlin, Chicago, and New York City. And when you complete all 6 of them, they give you this big, shiny blue medal. It's what I call the world's most expensive participation trophy. But I was on a quest to get this done. And I was sitting in this porta potty and my knee was banged up. I was dog tired and I knew I probably shouldn't be running this marathon. I'm injured. My knee was banged up. And I thought to myself, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Am I doing the right thing? And I thought, I need to get to Boston. There's one of two ways. And he loved watching us race. He loved us getting out there, being competitive. And soon after this race, he was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer, stage 4 cancer. And knowing how much he loved watching us compete, my sister and I decided we're going to go out and run all these Abbott World Marathon majors in his honor. We're going to do it with Dad as long as he's here, and then we're going to continue on as long as we can, and we're going to get this done to bond as a family, to grow, to invest in our health, and make sure that we're here for the long run. So we embarked on this journey that started in New York. It took us to Berlin. And one nuance about the Boston Marathon is you have to qualify. You have to run, if you're a man under 35, you have to run it under 3 hours. So I needed to train for years to be able to qualify for this race and end up here at the starting line in Hopkinton. So when I sat in that toilet, I had to make this decision. How am I going to get back to Boston? I knew that on the other end of this race was going to be a lot of discomfort. If I ran this race, I was probably going to have to take months off of running. I was going to question my decision. But I said, I'm going to do it. I'm going to run to Boston. But I decided in that moment, if I'm going to run to Boston, I'm going to make this the best day of my life. And for the 26 miles, I ran the whole thing with the biggest smile on my face. I stopped and greeted every single person I saw. I stopped at a gym. I hopped on the rowing machine. I went to Dunkin' Donuts and got a coffee. I even met Santa Claus, who, if you didn't know, Santa Claus lives on mile 8 of the Boston Marathon. I don't know how he ends up there, but he's there and he's very jolly. And a week later, my sister and I finished our journey in London, down the mall in front of Buckingham Palace, to complete that journey to get our 6-star medal. And so the medal I just showed you is right here. And we finished that journey. We finished that chapter and we thought, okay, job's done. What we didn't realize was that that was not the finish line. That was actually the starting line of a new chapter. And I think when you go on this journey of life and you go through journeys that may have come to you unexpectedly, you might be dealing with something that you never fathomed was part of your life's journey. There are decisions we need to make. There are easy decisions and there are hard decisions. And how we approach it can bring you performance. Now, just when I thought that journey was over, I got inspired again. This picture was taken 2 days ago. This is Mike Beeman. This is up in Boston. This picture was taken on Sunday, just after having lunch at Ned Devine's in Quincy Market. Mike Beeman completed his 48th Boston Marathon on Monday of this week. And so when I reflect on the things that we decide to do, how we show up for ourselves, how we show up for each other, think about what is that motivation? What is that motivation to get out there and stay around and fight for the things that are going to help us stay healthy, help us find longevity? And the biggest thing I could tell you about meeting this guy, Mike Beeman, and his 48 Boston Marathons is the way in which he goes on the journey. He has the biggest smile on his face. He cheered all 26 miles from Hopkinton to Boston. And I encourage you to look him up because the way he spreads joy will just absolutely brighten your
so much, and great job with that. Very impressive. Having run a bunch of marathons myself, I don't know why he continues to do them, but I guess they are pretty fun, and I think he tackled it the right way. When I first got the message to come to Mount Sinai and speak, I go, what the hell do they want with me? I'm a gym owner. And then I said, okay, well, let me just try to add as much value as I can, because I think that's what all of us need to do. We just need to put more value out into the world, and we'll keep more people around us. And what I said, I go, well, there's two things. I have two jobs. One, I own a gym here in New York, and I own a gym in New Jersey, and then I own a big event company. And the two things that we focus in on at these two events are the two things that I think everybody needs more of. We all need more muscle, so we should all be moving more, doing more push-ups, doing more pull-ups, getting out there, doing more things with our bodies. And the second one is building community. We are lacking in bonding and moving and working and talking with other people. The more we sit behind computers and don't interact with people, the more we fall into everything that people are talking about up here. So I don't want to bore you guys with my story, but I do want you to get up on your feet. Stand up, everyone. I know you're all like, screw this guy. No, get up, stand up on your feet, turn to the person next to you. And I want you to go. Now, in my gym in New Jersey, I teach a class. I have young kids, and I have from 3-year-olds to 9-year-olds. And they get so excited because I have them all come in and they're all giving high fives. And for the first 2 minutes, I'll just have them give high fives to each other. So I want you guys to do the same thing. Give the person next to you a high five. Give somebody else a high five. Feel good. Get your heart rates up. Come on, don't be scared. Look, you can't do it without smiling. All right? We need more of this. We need more of this. I love it. I love it. I was going to have you guys do some push-ups, but I knew I was asking too much with everybody in their suits. Guys, thank you so much. You guys can sit down. I'm going to bring up our next speaker. Is that cool? All right. Dr. Jeffrey Mechanic, is he in the room? All right, handsome. He's coming up on stage. Professor of Medicine at Mount Sinai, Director of Metabolic Support and Cardiovascular Health. I'm very excited to listen to your talk. Guys, without further ado, Dr. Jeffrey Mechanic, let's give him a round of applause.
Great. Thank you, Kenny. And Rob, that was a really inspiring talk. Ash, thanks for setting all this up. I also want to thank Mount Sinai leadership for putting this together. I'm an endocrinologist in the heart hospital, and lately a lot of my efforts have been in promoting lifestyle medicine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you another story. It'll be a scientific story. I'm going to be speaking on hormones, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and aging. So let me first define those terms, but let me anchor that with some definitions. And we begin with chronic disease. You heard a little bit about chronic disease before. Did you know that over 50% of Americans have at least one chronic disease? About 27% have multiple chronic diseases. 40% have 2, and even 12% have over 5 chronic diseases. So just imagine the challenge when these patients come to physicians trying to dissect and disentangle all of these chronic diseases. Scientifically, we define a chronic disease as lasting more than 3 to 12 months, depending on where you read. But these are disorders that are really driven by metabolic problems or inflammatory problems, or unfortunately, neurodegenerative problems. Let's move on to hormones. Classically, hormones are substances that are made by glands, ductless glands in the body, and they enter into the bloodstream and act on a distant part of the body. That's the classic definition. But we have a lot of substances in the body that communicate just between cells. They go into other types of fluids, even within the same cell. They will help integrate the function of that cell. And this is to provide stability or balance, little zen here, some balance to cellular physiology and the way we as humans operate physiologically. Diabetes. So this is going to be an example of what my talk is going to be about. Think about old school medicine. Old school medicine is you would just wait and wait and wait until somebody was sick. And then they would come to the doctor, they'd have crushing chest pain, they'd have cancer that was just all over the body. They really weren't doing well. And we would have to intervene with very expensive, risky interventions that may not work. And actually, sometimes the treatment was worse than the disease. You've heard about that. New school. New school is to intervene much earlier. So let's reconfigure the way in which we think about chronic disease. Let's disentangle all of those different drivers, those chronic diseases that are acting together, and let's divide that chronic disease into 4 easy stages. The first stage is risk. Person's fine. Person has no complaints. There are not even any lab abnormalities, but they're at risk. Family history, for instance, living in New York City, an obesogenic environment where you could have every intention in the world of living a healthy life. Everything you've heard here, you've heard it. You've been motivated from these talks. You're going to walk outside and you're going to walk right by a pastry place or a Danny Meyer or a Daily Provisions and go, gee, I want one of those donuts with the bacon, egg, and cheese inside, and boom, everything's, well, that was really a great day. So you have social determinants, you have structural determinants, you have non-biological determinants interacting with biological determinants. Risk. The next stage is pre-disease. Now the body's getting upset. Now there are abnormalities that don't quite reach the diagnostic criteria for disease, right? You may not get reimbursed. There's a problem. There's a problem with the government not reimbursing for intervention before we meet these criteria for diseases. That's pre-disease. A little bit longer, you wait and wait and wait, and now disease. You hit the criteria. Now Medicare is going to reimburse. You'll go to the doctor and the doctor will say, how do you feel? Actually, I feel fine. Yeah, nothing's really bothering me. Doctor says, okay, fine. You can, eat less, exercise more, see you in a year. We'll recheck the blood tests. But then what happens is this festers. And the 4th stage is complications. Now you're sick. Now the engine starts rolling. We're so advanced. We had nanotechnology back then, but maybe They just got their act together, and it was really good preventive care early on. Maybe that was a society that really worked well. And this is really where we want to go. So now let me provide an example with diabetes. Stage 1 with diabetes is risk. That's insulin resistance. Sugar's normal. But as we have an unhealthy lifestyle, we have more food going in than we need, we start to make fat. But it's not the kind of fat that you grew up with, that you think is just under the skin, that you see in the mirror. Now you have kind of bad fat, pathological fat. It's fat in the liver, fat around the kidney, fat around the heart, abnormal fat in the bone marrow, fat in the heart muscle and the skeletal muscle, fat in the pancreas. And that fat doesn't belong there, and it gets inflamed. And that inflammation causes insulin resistance and atherosclerosis. After a while, with abnormal fatty acids and the inflammation, the cells in the pancreas that make insulin, they're not happy. They get upset. There are some immune cells called monocytes. They start eating some of the beta cells. The fatty acids are toxic. The cells die. And now that pancreas can't make enough insulin to overcome the insulin resistance. And what happens? The sugars start to creep up. The A1C creeps up. Not quite diabetes, but this is stage 2, pre-diabetes. You know what? A couple years ago, they did some studies and they found out someone with pre-diabetes is at greater risk for heart disease than developing diabetes. We thought the only purpose of pre-diabetes was just to identify people at risk for diabetes. But these are patients, by virtue of the insulin resistance, that they develop the atherosclerosis and stroke and heart attacks, etc. Now you have diabetes as the sugar goes up higher. You hit that threshold, the A1C is over 6.5, fasting sugar is over 126. Heart attacks, carotids, cerebrovascular stroke, peripheral vascular amputation, aorta, aortic aneurysms, the valves get degenerative. Now you have problems. Transplantation eventually, shortened lifespan, can't spend time with family. So what's the tactic here? The tactic is not to wait and wait. The tactic is not to focus just on the blood sugar, but to be, and the word is comprehensive, to be complication-centric from the way beginning at risk to start worrying about those complications. And by decreasing the complications, you have a healthier population. You know what else? Saves money. We probably have enough money in the system with prevention that we can provide care for everybody. No more disparities. No more problems with budget. You can ask our leadership all of the challenges we have with that. If we could just bring all the stakeholders together to focus on a very organized prevention. Let me spell it out for you. Primordial prevention is the prevention of risk. That's at a population level. Supersize Mayor Bloomberg, running trails, decrease risk, school-age children, maternal health. Primary prevention, you have risk, prevent disease. Still pretty early. Secondary prevention, you have disease, but you feel fine, to prevent complications. And tertiary prevention, which is everything we're doing now, you're sick, you have complications, and let's prevent death and further suffering. So that's the strategy. Tactics, and how much time do I have left? Ash is in charge, as usual. So what are our tactics to that strategic plan? Lifestyle medicine. Relatively brand new kind of field. I was asked to write a book back in 2013, bariatric surgery, like the world needs another book on bariatric surgery. And a colleague of mine, Bob Kushner at Northwestern, said, you know, Jeff, why don't you write on lifestyle medicine? I'm like, what is that? And it turns out it's we need more. There are the research gaps, those knowledge gaps, and practice gaps. We don't have the resources to implement. We don't have educational kitchens in the hospital on the diabetes ward like they do in Taiwan. When I was visiting there, and the diabetes ward had kitchens there. And you heard a lecture before on culinary arts. We wrote a book on molecular nutrition and about molecular cooking. This is how we should be teaching our patients. So nutrition, which is really about dietary patterns. You know, one could assert there's no single good food or bad food. It's about the portfolio of foods that we eat. Healthy, whole foods, the least processed foods, low glycemic index. Physical activity. You've seen and heard a lot about physical activity, aerobic, and strength training. Very important, particularly those who are on those injections, right, for weight loss that cause muscle loss as well. Behavior, mind, body, meditation, the yoga, relaxation therapies, spiritualism. So let me just go off on spiritualism a little bit. May sound a little hokey, but hopefully by the time I finish, you'll disagree with that. We're talking about aging, and the definition of aging can be either chronologic, number of years, or biologic. In medicine, we're starting to abandon the chronologic definitions. We're operating on older people, doing transplantations on older people, bariatric surgery on older people. It's more about biological age, epigenetics, the way the environment affects the DNA, mitochondrial functioning, cellular communication, stem cell exhaustion. Those are the telomere shortening, right? These are the markers of aging. This is really what we want to focus on, but maybe if you remove and divorce yourself from that element of time, and by the way, how crazy is that? Because in a quantum world, which we live in a closed system, there is no arrow of time. Do a thought experiment. Pretend there's no time. What you're left with is transitioning the terminology of aging to really the terminology of health. It's about at any individual point in time, which is through your entire lifespan, are you healthy? What actions can you do? The nutrition, the physical activity, the mind, body. A couple other components, community engagement. We had a question about community. participating with the church or your temple, with your civic duties. Wearable technologies, and I'll close with this. So you heard about CGMs, the question about CGMs. There are studies, we've just published a couple of these studies. One was a large multi-center study in India, CGMs, accelerometers, digital scale, digital blood pressure, sensors, Internet of Things, proprietary artificial intelligence, bots on the iPhone, and by personalizing based on glucose excursions on the foods you eat, 72% complete remission of diabetes. People on insulin, on medicines, they're now watching what they eat, exercising more, completely off. Now, this isn't a one and done. The same study has been done in England. We've had other primary prevention studies done here showing the same thing. But this is all possible. This is called twinning, a digital twin. This is probably the future as we evolve to Homo technicus, right? And we have wearables. This is what health looks like for the future. So let me stop there. And if there's time for questions, that's great. If not, we can move on. Thank you.
There is a personal story. He gave me a suggestion. There was a bagel place where I used to go by every now and then in the morning. And he and I talked about it. He said, Ash, why don't you take the other street? You remember? And the bagel consumption went down by 30%. Just small suggestion. And he said, Ash, how about you don't have to go to the 96, you can go through 98. And so small tweaking, small adjustments, and that's the reason I have experts here who live this life every day. They did. One of the toughest part is to be a vegetarian and not get too much of carb. I'm vegetarian, and it ends up getting too much of carb. He understands that dynamics also, so he gives a very practical advice as to how to deal with it. So thank you. My pleasure. Thanks.
That was great. Thank you so much. All right. So our next speaker is Dr. Deepak Bhatt, director of Foster Heart the hospital, and he is a Distinguished Science Award winner. Where's the good doctor? All right. He's coming up. Guys, just a real quick story on what we've been listening to. All right. My expertise is in the gym. I see this stuff all the time. And everybody out there probably feels at one time or another, I'm too old to do this. I should stop doing this. You are never too old. I just got back. I was just at my gym downtown. I trained an 86-year-old man, and he moves better than he ever has in 20 years. And he's been telling me, he's like, I'm too old to do this. I'm too old to that. And then as soon as he starts doing it, he goes, I feel great. Movement is the medicine. So without further ado, Dr. Deepak.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And thank you to Dr. Zwari for inviting me to speak at this wonderful symposium. I hope you're all enjoying it. I certainly have had fun here in the front row listening to these talks and seeing the colleagues of mine exercising as well. Nice job, Dr. Stone. It was impressive. Your plank for 5 minutes. I don't think I could do that. All right, so I am going to talk about some things here that are largely investigational, that are not FDA approved, so-called off-label, just to disclose that. So Dr. Mechanic gave a great talk. Some of what he was chatting about at the end are these terms here. In case you haven't heard them, I'm going to quickly go through them. Primordial, primary, and secondary prevention. So secondary prevention is treating people that have disease. Someone comes in with a heart attack, you treat it with a stent, it's life-saving. That's secondary prevention. Primary prevention is treating risk factors, things like high cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, trying to keep those risk factors from becoming actual cardiovascular disease. And primordial prevention is encouraging healthy diet, physical activity to try to prevent the risk factors from developing in the first place. So that's the general prevention paradigm. A lot of what we do in cardiology, in fact, is right here. It's secondary prevention. But in terms of probably what can help you stay out of the hospital, it's really the primary and the primordial prevention. So let me talk a little bit about heart attacks and their genesis. There's a lot that's known about this, although I'm not sure how much it's permeated to primary care practices and physicians. Not even all cardiologists necessarily aware of this, but there's a lot of science supporting what I'm about to say. So most heart attacks are caused by plaque in heart arteries. What makes up that plaque? Well, it's lipid. And lipid really means things like cholesterol and fats that are in the plaque that cause the plaque to grow. Now, if that's all that happened, it wouldn't be so bad. I mean, it's not a good thing having plaque. If it narrows the artery enough, you might get things like chest pain, angina when you mow the lawn or that sort of thing. But that's not what causes heart attacks. It's not just the plaque per se. It's the plaque that gets inflamed because the body sees the plaque there and says, wait a second, what's that plaque doing there? So it sends a bunch of inflammatory cells, just like it would if there were a bacterium or a virus. The body doesn't understand why it's there, so its attack system goes into attack mode. So it's the inflammation there that revs up the plaque, makes it misbehave, and then the plaque actually ruptures. And that rupture of the plaque exposes the inner contents to flowing blood. And then the blood does what it's supposed to do. It says, wait a second, what's that doing there? And a blood clot forms. Now, it turns out that's pathological in this setting because that blood clot forming there, the blood's doing what it's supposed to do and it thinks it's doing its job, but the blood clot forming there now prevents blood from flowing down the artery. Heart muscle doesn't get oxygen, it dies. That's what a heart attack is. And if it's a big enough heart attack, enough muscle dying, well, then the person also dies. It's a fatal heart attack. So, and there are many other sort of flavors of plaque and plaque rupture and erosion, but that's the basic paradigm. So that's what causes most heart attacks. So these are some pictures here. Now, you're not cardiologists, I don't think most of you, but this is what a coronary angiogram looks like of a right coronary artery. That's the artery to the right side of the heart. And you can pretend that what you're seeing here is blood flowing through the artery. It's actually iodinated contrast dye, but let's just pretend that's blood flowing there. And that's a pretty normal looking heart artery. It's a little bit lumpy, bumpy, but 20 years ago, we would have just said normal heart artery. We don't know what your chest pain's from, get out of here, it's nothing. But now there's more sophisticated imaging. This is optical coherence tomography. It's putting a catheter down a heart artery and using light waves to image the inside of the heart artery. So OCT, or optical coherence tomography. And what we can see here, maybe you can't see it so well with the lighting, but really minimal plaque obstructing the artery. But with this OCT, what we see here is a plaque. And what we see here is in vivo evidence of a plaque that's ruptured. So maybe this is looking like an old black and white TV and you can't really make out the images if you don't do this for a living. But essentially, this is in vivo evidence of what I showed here. It was just like there's plaque here and here. It's the same thing here. So this is what we see has caused this heart attack. But the interesting part is this is in somebody without a severe blockage. So that's a bit of a paradox because I think 99% of people, probably the majority of primary care physicians, think that, well, there's an artery, it gets clogged up with plaque. If it gets clogged up enough, you have a heart attack. But if it's not that clogged up, you don't have a heart attack. But the disconcerting reality is, well, this patient did have a heart attack and they don't have a severe blockage. So the sad reality is that most heart attacks actually occur from blockages in heart arteries that aren't severe. So that's why you can get a stress test. You can do great on the stress test and drop dead the next day because the stress test just picks up the really severe blockages. And I'm not saying that those aren't bad, they are, but there are a lot more of the little blockages that can ultimately get you in trouble. So that's very disconcerting when you think about it, but unfortunately, that's what the data support. So that's one person that came in with a heart attack, but their arteries weren't that plugged up. Here's another right coronary artery, a little bit of plaque there, but again, using fancy imaging, optical coherence tomography, we see a blood clot there. And we also see a bunch of calcium, a calcified nodule there. So once more, someone who might have been told years ago that they didn't really have a heart attack, their chest pain must have been something else, but all this fancy imaging shows that despite there not being a severe blockage, there is in fact evidence of a heart attack. That was invasive imaging, heart catheterizations, coronary angiograms, optical coherence tomography. This is non-invasive imaging, so lots of fancy tests to look and see, is there evidence of heart muscle damage? And indeed, in this patient who had a heart attack by blood work, but on a coronary angiogram had normal heart arteries, all this fancy imaging was done. And what we see here is that there's a little part of the heart where there is a small heart attack. There's a small amount of heart muscle that's dead. What could that be from? Well, in this non-invasive angiogram that's done here, the artery itself looks okay, but there's a little branch here that's missing. It's stumped there. And on a regular invasive angiogram, thought to be the gold standard, that wasn't seen. But here we see that there's a little branch missing. So it's all true, and related. Little branch is plugged up, little bit of heart muscle has died. This person really had a heart attack. Does it matter? Well, years ago, we would have just told this person, oh, nothing wrong with you, get out of here, probably in your head. But now we know that this person really did have a heart attack, so we would treat them aggressively in terms of lifestyle, send them to folks like Dr. Mechanic, get them in cardiac rehab, get them on the right diet and lifestyle, and in this case, get them on a bunch of medicines too. So that's somebody that had a heart attack, but didn't have a blocked artery. So if someone has had a heart attack, one of the things that we need to do is lower their cholesterol a lot. But even in people that haven't had a heart attack, it's very useful to lower cholesterol to prevent a first heart attack. Maybe on the internet you read there's all this controversy about cholesterol. Among people in the know, there's no controversy. Elevated cholesterol is bad. If you live long enough, even if your cholesterol isn't super high, you will eventually develop plaque. If your cholesterol is really high, say from birth, if you have a genetic mutation, something called familial hypercholesterolemia, well, then you can run into trouble even in your 20s and 30s. But even if you have good genes and pretty good lifestyle, if you otherwise live long enough, didn't die from cancer, didn't die from trauma or some other cause, well, you'll probably eventually develop plaque in your arteries. So if you lower your cholesterol early on in life, that will hopefully not happen, or at least it'll decrease the chance of happening. And one trial that we're doing here at Mount Sinai, I'm actually the chairman of this trial, is Victorian 1 Prevent, or V1P, where we're taking people, probably people like in this audience, you know, middle-aged or older for the most part, and randomizing them to an injection every 6 months. It's an siRNA, if you want the fancy science behind it, a small interfering RNA. So an injection every 6 months given in the doctor's office to lower the cholesterol to super low levels to see whether that actually does prevent heart attacks, or are we okay just watching our diet, maybe being on a statin. So it'll be a few years before this report's out, probably another 4, 5, 6 years. But eventually it'll give us an answer about whether super low cholesterols are a good idea in people that are otherwise doing okay, or just a waste of time and money. So that's cholesterol, and that's all I'm going to say in the brief time I have here. Let me move on now to inflammation. It's a hot topic. You saw the chef here earlier talking about turmeric and anti-inflammatory properties. Everybody's talking about inflammation these days, same in cardiology, but inflammation is different than cholesterol. Cholesterol, lower is better. There's no question about that. Inflammation, it's not necessarily that lower is better. At a certain point, if you lower inflammation enough, well, then you'll get fevers and infections and bad things will happen. So you do need some inflammation in the body, but too much is probably a bad thing. But in terms of inflammation in the arteries that leads to things like plaque rupture, they're really the key things in terms of what you can do to combat inflammation. Things that are anti-inflammatory are, well, there are a bunch of medicines, but I'm not going to go through that, but healthy diet. So that matters a lot. And I don't know what else you might hear today, but the best diet is a plant-based diet. There's no question about that. Ignore all the noise and the fads. And by that, I mean a diet that is high in fresh fruit, fresh vegetable, whole grain, and relatively lower absent in red meat. In terms of alcohol, sorry, there's no evidence that that's actually good for the heart. That's all messed up research. It's all what we call confounding, because doctors tell sick people or people on medicines not to take any alcohol in, and healthy people are drinking. So if you compare the two, of course, the people that are drinking seem like they're living longer, but it's not the alcohol. So all that research is garbage. Actually, the good research shows that drinking raises the risk of things like atrial fibrillation, the most common heart rhythm problem. So to the extent you cut down or eliminate alcohol, that's good. To the extent you have a plant-based diet, that's good. Exercise, you've already heard a lot about. I agree with our rehab expert. The best exercise is moderate exercise, 30 to 60 minutes a day, most days of the week. The marathon running, no offense to the marathon runners, but the rehab doc was right. There's no evidence that marathon running is particularly good for the heart. If you like to do it, do it. do what you enjoy in life. But if you recall, the first person that ran a marathon, once he delivered that wartime message, dropped dead. So it's not the case that marathon running is good for the heart. It's a stress on the heart. So again, if you like to do it, do it. But the key to longevity, to avoiding cardiovascular disease, all these tips are also true for reducing cancer risk, is to have moderate intensity activity most of the time, most days of the week. And that'll keep you out of trouble. Obviously, if the message hasn't gotten out, if you're smoking, don't smoke. That includes smoking cigars, cigarettes, vaping. Young folks in the audience, I'm sorry, I'm looking, you're younger, that's why I was just looking at you, because they look older, you look younger here, but younger folks, they're just taking up vaping, that's a bad thing to do. There's no evidence that it's any safer than smoking a cigarette. So no sort of tobacco products. And weight, maintaining an ideal weight's the best thing you can do to maintain health. It prevents heart disease, prevents cancer, prevents diabetes. And just losing 10 pounds if you're a little bit overweight can make a big difference. That can shift you from needing medicines for diabetes to not needing medicines for diabetes and high blood pressure. All right, so that's all I'm going to say. Gotta go back here. So that's all I'm going to say about inflammation, other than one last thing, which is I think everybody should have certain measurements. Everybody should know their cholesterol, their LDL or bad cholesterol. Everyone should know their sugar, their glucose. Everyone should know their weight. And particularly, I think a waist circumference is the best thing to follow, not a weight on a scale, because if you have a lot of muscle mass, the weight matters, but a waist circumference tells the truth. That's measuring the fat that's bad, the fat that's around the belly. So know your bad cholesterol, know your triglycerides, know your sugar or glucose, know your weight, in particular waist circumference, know your blood pressure. If you know all that, you're in pretty good shape. But if you want to sort of go for bonus points, going beyond what the average primary care physician might do, I think having an HS or high sensitivity C-reactive protein measure is a pretty cheap, easy, good thing to do. It measures inflammation in the body. So if the level is high, that tells you, well, the inflammation system in your body is a bit more revved up than it should be. And there are things you can do naturally, things I mentioned, like weight loss, exercise, that actually can naturally lower your hsCRP. And if your cholesterol is high, statins can also lower your hsCRP. So it's actionable and therefore worth measuring. Now, I'm going to say a little bit about triglycerides. Some years they've been in, some years they've been out. There's no question triglycerides are an independent risk factor for heart disease. You don't want to have high levels. But what can you do about it? Well, about the only medicine that's actually proven to reduce triglycerides and reduce cardiovascular risk, to do both things, are certain omega-3 fatty acids available by prescription. I know lots of people like taking the supplements. There's zero evidence they provide cardiovascular benefit, I'm sorry to tell you. In fact, there are well-done trials showing that they do not provide benefit in terms of cardiovascular or other outcomes. I know that many won't believe me when I say that, but the data are incontrovertible about that. But there are prescription versions of omega-3 fatty acids, more purified, higher doses, that do reduce cardiovascular risk. They also lower triglycerides. If you have elevated triglycerides beyond things like diet and weight loss, potentially medicines. But the omega-3 fatty acids are fascinating. They're very complex pathways. There are lots of different omega-3 fatty acids. Again, I don't have the time to go through all this evolving vegetables, kale, things like that. So that is a good source naturally, at least for folks that are vegetarian or vegan, to get omega-3 fatty acids. It's not the most efficient way. It's a little bit more efficient in premenopausal women. Estrogen sort of helps these pathways a little bit. But beyond to sort of vegetarian and vegan sources, marine oily fish is a good source of certain omega-3 fatty acids. Numerous epidemiologic studies show an association in coastal populations between fish and seafood intake and lower rates of heart attack, potentially though higher rates of bleeding and sort of strokes that lead to bleeding. But at any rate, lower rates of heart attack. So for people that like and eat fish, that's potentially a natural way. Again, I don't necessarily recommend fish, but if it's an alternative choice instead of eating red meat, yeah, you're better off eating fish than red meat. All right. Speaking though of drugs that do target triglycerides and or of the omega-3 class, this is actually some relatively recent data. The first time ever anyone showed a drug effect on non-invasive coronary blood flow. It's using an FFRCT. The specific technology doesn't matter here, but it's a fancy CT angiogram, non-invasive test showing that this particular prescription omega-3 fatty acid, it's icosapent-ethyl, it's a highly purified ethyl ester of EPA or icosapentanoic acid, over the course of just 18 months actually improved coronary flow. Now, this is a small study, need larger studies to demonstrate it, but just a point that in 18 months, it was possible to improve coronary flow with an omega-3 fatty acid. So I think it's an interesting observation. Okay, so that's one particular additional pathway to reducing cardiovascular risk. Now I'm going to tell you about a new one. So LDL cholesterol or bad cholesterol, no question. The higher it is, the higher the risk of things like heart attack, also stroke. HSCRP, that's the marker of inflammation I just mentioned. And no question, the higher it is, the higher the risk of heart attack and stroke. But the third biomarker I'm going to mention, again, not too many doctors measure this, but they should, because it's also an independent risk factor of heart disease, is Lp(a). You can sort of think of it as cholesterol's evil cousin. Per mole, it's actually even more toxic than LDL or bad cholesterol. So worth measuring. It's largely believed to be genetically influenced. That's why I think it's worth measuring, because if your level is really high, hopefully your cardiologist or primary care physician would be even more aggressive about controlling your risk factors and things like cholesterol, maybe bump you up to more powerful medicines. So worth measuring. So really what I've been talking about is residual risk. That is targeting multiple different pathways of cardiovascular risk. Cholesterol, which everyone's pretty familiar with. Inflammation-related risk, which maybe not everyone's as familiar with. Blood clot-related risk, triglyceride-related risk, Lp(a) related risk that I just mentioned. Also diabetes-related risk, which for the sake of time I don't have, but there are a bunch of new approaches to diabetes that have really changed the landscape in terms of drugs like the GLP-1 agonists and the SGLT2 inhibitors, drugs that not only lower glucose, but actually reduce risk of things like heart attack, heart failure, stroke. So real advances. Now, a challenge that we face in terms of heart attacks and preventing them is shown on this slide. This is some unpublished work. It's actually going to be published soon in the European Heart Journal. But we took a look at almost 5 million people in the US in this database. It's called Clarivate. So 5 million folks in the US that had heart attacks. And it turned out that 50% of them had no symptoms before their heart attack. So that's the challenge. I mean, if someone's having bad chest pain every day, they're going to go to the doctor and maybe it'll turn out it's heart disease and we'll hopefully do something for them. But for the 50% that are asymptomatic, that's a problem because their first manifestation of heart disease was a heart attack. And unfortunately, sometimes that's going to be a fatal heart attack, so we can't do anything about it. So that's a real challenge that a lot of folks that end up having a heart attack had zero symptoms before. 27% didn't even visit a primary care physician. That's also a problem. I mean, everybody should see their primary care physician regularly. 29% had no obvious, established, identified risk factors. So all the things I'm talking about, either their primary care physician didn't measure them, or they were measured and not recognized as abnormal, or they in fact were one of those few people that had no risk factors that we can currently define. And 72% weren't on any medical therapy. So it's a challenge, these folks that are out there potentially going to have a heart attack, but don't know about it. What can we do to address this? That's a big question. That's probably the holy grail question in cardiology. What can we do to find those people before they have a heart attack? Well, maybe genetics is the key. People are saying genetics is the key for everything these days, and maybe in the future it will be, but right now it isn't. Different fancy biomarkers, blood tests, maybe imaging will be the key. And I think at least in the short term, I put my money on imaging. And this is an example here of somebody that got a non-invasive coronary CT angiogram. What's shown here is a cross-section of the coronary artery. So we're flying down the coronary artery, taking a look at it. Here it is longitudinally, here it is in cross-section. And the color coding here, the blue, the yellow, the red, is plaque. And the color coding means different things. The red means bad plaque. It means plaque that's full of cholesterol, angry plaque, plaque that might rupture. So that's what the color coding represents. And here's just a three-dimensional view of just rotating the heart and looking at it. So this sort of technology exists right now. CT angiographies sort of approved for use in people that actually have chest pain. It's not actually approved for use in people that are sitting around and feeling okay and maybe worried about heart disease. But potentially the same technology could be used to screen for people to see if they're at risk for heart disease. And this technology allows assessment of the plaque, what the plaque is made of, how blocked up is the artery, is there an impairment of blood flow in the artery? So there are lots of different things that can be obtained by this technology. And what's actually guiding this technology, I mean, there are humans that are reading it, cardiologists and radiologists reading it, but it's actually AI or artificial intelligence enabled. So it's not just a matter of a bunch of pretty pictures, but it's getting a bunch of pretty pictures and then correlating what those pictures mean in terms of that individual's risk of having a heart attack in the future. Let me just give you an example of one patient here who had a CT done and another one repeated in 2 years. And I'm not saying to do this for clinical practice. None of this has been proven to actually be effective. But what is shown in this particular patient is a significant reduction in the amount of plaque they have, though specifically it's a reduction in non-calcified plaque. Plaque with a bunch of calcium actually increased in this patient. So not all plaque is created equal. We think plaque with calcium is more stable, plaque without calcium more unstable, likely to act up and cause a heart attack. So by having serial scans like this, we're able to see that in this patient, the overall amount of plaque went down, but in particular, the bad plaque went down. Is that a good thing? I'd like to think so. We still need to prove that that would be associated with a reduction in heart attack. And that's what we're trying to do. This is also a trial that Mount Sinai is leading. I chair, my co-chair is actually David Marin, who's the head of preventive cardiology at Stanford. And what we're doing, I'm not going to get into too much of the details here, but we're taking about 7,000 people from around the US and randomizing them to the usual sort of care they get, where they go to the primary care physician. If their cholesterol is super high, they'll get started on a statin. Their doctor will tell them to exercise, eat right. Usually they're not going to do it, but the doctor will tell them to do it. So that's the usual arm. But then in the investigational arm, they get one of these fancy AI-guided CT angiograms at baseline and again at 2 years. And what we do with this information is we stage their plaque. Just like a cancer doctor stages cancer, we're going to stage their plaque. Stage 0 in green means pretty good. They don't have any plaque. Their risk of having a heart attack in the next few years, rather low. Stage 1 in yellow, they've got some plaque. Stage 2 in orange, a bit more. Stage 3, red, they've got a lot of plaque. And as you can see, the risk of heart attack goes up. And then the idea is based on the green, yellow, orange, red, that is their level of risk based on their plaque. Well, if it's green, we'll just treat them with the usual medicines that the guidelines do and that they're already on. But if they're in the yellow, we ratchet up their medical therapy, orange even more so. And if they're in the red zone, we basically throw the medical kitchen sink at them using medicines that are all FDA approved, but using them in ways that haven't yet been studied or approved by the FDA. So that's the investigation part. And then the idea is to see, in the way that cancer doctors screen for breast cancer with mammography, or for colon cancer with colonoscopy, or for lung cancer with a lung CT scan, can we do the same thing with heart attack prevention? Can we screen people, healthy people, before they have a heart attack, figure out who's at high risk, and not just tell them, oh, bad news, you're at high risk, but then actually try to do something to reduce that risk of a heart attack, potentially a fatal heart attack, and in that way transform the way we could prevent heart disease. Now, this is investigational. The results of this trial were about 1,000 patients into 7,000 that need to get randomized. So it'll be several years before we have the results, but potentially a new way to screen for heart disease. With that, let me wrap things up and say it's been a pleasure being able to speak to all of you. I hope this whirlwind tour of some of the ongoing developments in preventing heart attack and heart disease was interesting. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Emma Governor, congratulations on being on television today, but she's a chair of dermatology at Mount Sinai, leader of inflammatory skin disease and research, and co-founder of the International Eczema Council. Thank you so much for being here. She's not giving out Botox, but please listen, pay attention, keep your butts in the seats, and then we're going to have a break right after this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. It's a very hard act to follow, Deepak here. I'll do my best. I think it's very exciting to talk about our new frontiers, innovations in skin aging. And yes, I have to be at 4 p.m. at an interview. It's a Zoom interview with Good Morning America, so hopefully I'll make it happen. So we are very known internationally for inflammatory skin diseases. I think we made huge advances in that field, found new targets, new drugs that now are benefiting many, many millions of patients in diseases that you all know, like eczema, alopecia areata, scarring alopecias, and others. What do we do to make that happen? We start with bench studies of pathogenesis that involve skin and blood biomarkers. So you need to take tissues from patients, both skin and blood. And that allows us to formulate pathogenic hypotheses. And then we design clinical trials that we offer pharma to do with targeted agents. And after many cycles, we have new treatments for our patients in need. Now, it's important to know that not only successes, but also failures. Like in life, I tell my kids, sometimes you need failures to really succeed later on. Help to frame pathogenic concepts and therapeutic directions and get us more treatments for our patients in need. And just to show you a patient of mine, two patients actually, about 10 years ago, before the new biologics, the targeted treatments that are now going into eczema, they are approved and many more coming. At that time, we didn't have safe treatments to treat patients, and patients looked like the patients you see here. They had eczematous patches all over the body. Like, I'm sure you'll think it's gross, those pictures on the right side. And now we don't have patients that look like this because we have amazing treatments going into patients. And the same happens in alopecia areata, a disease that now we start having treatments and we develop now more treatments. This child actually is from our Instagram. She wanted to document her journey with me. She's treated by a drug that we adapted from the eczema world to the alopecia world, and we are adapting many more and discovering new targets. And we now have a huge study in children funded by the NIH with one of these agents. So we want to do the same to skin aging. We've done it all, or not all, but we made huge strides in inflammatory skin conditions, and we want to do the same in skin aging and beyond. How do we do that? As you know, biopsies are painful, they can be scarring, they are associated with infections, and it's hard to do many of them, particularly in children. So we developed a new methodology that we are very proud of, and we patented large portions of it called tape strips. And these tiny tapes are able to get you enough quantity of skin to do RNA-seq and proteomics. And we've done that in many skin diseases, but now we are doing it even beyond skin diseases. We have studies in asthma, GI, and with ASH, we are doing a very exciting study actually in prostate cancer. So you'll hear more about that later. And now we are collaborating with Sinai Biodesign, and we are also designing a device that is almost ready that will enable this, also maybe diagnostically and also in many more clinical trials. And it's now at the prototyping testing. We are very excited about that. So how can we apply our translational approach to drive innovation in skin aging that was not existent up to now? Because most of the people that do skin aging, the dermatologists in the community, they did not do research. So we decided to create a center fueled by philanthropy. So we've got funding from Clinique to create a Clinique Healthy Skin Dermatology Center that under one roof will have everything. We'll have the best clinical care, so the best cosmetic dermatologists, the best research, and also clinical trials with some of these lasers and other cosmetic products that will allow us to understand what happens with skin aging and how can we intervene so we prevent it. So what happens with age? Elderly skin is very different, as you know, from a younger, youthful skin, because with age we develop fine lines, wrinkles, sagging, our skin gets drier and dehydrated. There are textural changes, age spots, pigmentation, broken capillaries, redness, and volume depletion. And there is a very important concept that I'm sure you already heard about, inflammaging. So what is inflammaging? Inflammaging refers to the fact that even when you have no disease in completely healthy individuals, with age, you have low-grade inflammation, both in the skin, but also in blood. And while we know that inflammaging is really important to skin aging and to aging in general, we really don't understand the mechanisms behind it and also the mechanisms behind skin aging, the inflammaging of the skin. And this is a knowledge gap that we want to address as part of this center. And what we propose to Clinique, and we are very happy that they accepted our premise, is that we'll take eczema as a therapeutic model for skin aging. And if you know patients with eczema, you know that they look like they aged prematurely, like the person on the right side, right? You see those fine wrinkles under the eyes, and many times you see younger patients that look much older because they have eczema under the eyes. So we want to leverage our translational experience in inflammatory skin diseases, and particularly in eczema, to drive innovation in skin aging in both healthy individuals and, of course, in patients with eczema and other conditions. Now, skin taping is key to driving skin aging research innovation, because usually patients will not agree to do biopsies on the face and sensitive areas. And this is what we need to do here to get to the bottom of it and to get samples from many patients. So we will apply our skin sampling approach using tape strips to get as many samples as possible. And actually, we already are way underway with what we promised. We managed to get many patients across all skin types, both eczema patients, but also healthy individuals. And we are sampling the face, but also other areas. And soon we'll start analyzing them. And next step, we also want to evaluate what changes we have with different approaches, like modalities such as lasers or different topical modalities as well. We already have a preliminary analysis, particularly focused on biopsies, in which we sampled skin and blood from healthy individuals and patients with eczema with age. And what we saw in healthy individuals, that or individuals over 60, their skin is not normal, or not normal like normal that we know from younger individuals. We find in the skin of older individuals over 60 many immune biomarkers that usually we see in patients with eczema or psoriasis or other diseases, and that we know how to intervene in these conditions. Biomarkers like IL-13 that is in eczema, IL-5 that we treat asthma with, and others. So that leads us to think that maybe in the future we can target skin aging with some biologics that right now we are targeting atopic conditions, allergic conditions such as asthma, eczema, and also psoriasis or others. And what do we see in the blood of individuals that are completely healthy with age? We see that their blood is also not normal, even though they do not have heart diseases. All the people we sampled did not have heart diseases, but in their blood, you actually see markers that are linked to cardiovascular mortality and morbidity, and with vascular inflammation. So it means to us that that inflammation is linked to vascular inflammation and increased risk of atherosclerosis and cardiovascular disease, even when you do not have cardiac disease like you heard now. And maybe we can intervene, and early intervention is key. Now, let's move on to skin aging that I think is exciting to all of us. So we implemented across our system in several sites this very exciting approach, the Visia skin analysis system. So every patient that comes for cosmetic evaluation now will start having this offered at our sites. It evaluates your skin, texture, pigmentation, and other things, allowing us to offer the best approaches possible. And not only that, it gives you what's your actual age versus what the machine age. Sometimes you are older appearing, sometimes you are younger appearing. So it depends. It's a really good objective way to understand what do you want to do, what do we think you need to do, and how we can tackle it. And I told you a little bit about the Mount Sinai Clinic Healthy Skin. We think we need a multifactorial approach to tackle mechanisms of skin aging, and we feel we are the ones to do it here at Sinai with the best approaches, both in terms of lasers, rejuvenation, and research. So what do we have to offer? We really, I think, are the best in town in terms of what we have to offer, both lasers, injectables, and others. We have all the injectables possible for wrinkles, sclerotherapy, for varicose vein, Kybella for double chin reduction. Now, don't think it's me. I'm not offering it, but I'll be able to send you to the right person. Lasers and energy-based devices. We have all of them. We have several that we are the only academic center that has it. For example, the Elacore, microcoring, and the SoftWave. And really for every condition, we have a solution. And any one of you that needs help will be able to refer them for the right treatment and the right doctor as well. We also have chemical pills, body sculpting, microneedling, hair transplantation. We are the only academic center in New York that offers hair transplantation, and PRP for rejuvenation. And just some examples. These are some before and afters. For wrinkles, fine lines, and age spots of our physicians. And this is the SoftWave. That's an ultrasound-based device, very novel technology. And Sinai is one of few institutions in the United States, the only one in the city, the only academic center. And visible results we see even with a single treatment. Sometimes you need more than one. It basically stimulates a collagen production. And some of the results, and these are good for patients that consider surgery, but they are not really ready yet for surgery. So they can consider that. Pay attention to before and after. And these are real. I've seen them. And pay attention for the neck, the arms. Many times you don't have other means to treat these patients. It's really great for skin tightening. Elacore, another very novel technology that removes about 5 to 10% of the skin. Think about tiny biopsies that you remove tiny pieces of skin. And it's great, for example, for the neck, when you have that bulge on the neck, and that's the baseline and post-procedure. We have many, many lasers for pigmentation. Just some of the examples, and many times one treatment is enough. Sometimes we need to do several treatments. I also need to mention that we have lasers for different skin types. Because, for example, if you have my skin type, probably all lasers will be fine. But if you have skin type 4, 5, and 6, we need to adapt other lasers, and we are very minded to that. And we purchase lasers for all skin types, Asian, African American. We need to think about that. And we also have a physician that specializes in Asian and African American skin. Hair restoration, that's a big passion of ours. We have a center for alopecia, and we are providing many solutions such as PRP for hair rejuvenation for both male and female pattern hair loss. Just as an example, you need to do it every 2 months, and then you need about 2 to 3 times a year maintenance. And we have hair transplantation, both for men and women, a very active center for hair transplantation. And in fact, this is the interview I'm giving today at Good Morning America to talk about hair transplantation and hair rejuvenation. And this is an example done at our center. So we believe in precision medicine in general, and this is what we intend to do here also in skin aging. We want the right treatment for the right patient, and in the future, we think that there will be the right biomarker that will tell us what we should do for each patient, what treatment is appropriate. And with that, thank you so much for your attention. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
All right, one more time for Dr. All right, so next up, we're skipping around a little bit. I lied to you guys. We're not going to break now. We're going to have one more speaker and then a break. So without further ado, Dr. Dina Abriri, board-certified psychiatrist, holistic and functional medicine, is coming up next, and she's going to talk to us about the narrative medicine and holistic psychiatry. You need this?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Dr. Tewari, thank you so much for organizing this entire conference and having me here as a speaker. Very excited to be here. Okay, so I have an ambitious agenda for us today to get through all of this in 15 minutes. I'm excited to do it and determined to walk you through and connect this in a coherent way. But please note, I'm only going to really just scratch the surface of each of these topics. I could probably speak for days about each of these individually. So I'm going to introduce narrative medicine. I'm going to define it and discuss its role in fostering well-being by centering the patient story as a tool for diagnosis, healing, and human connection. We're going to explore the origins of dualism. I'm going to introduce and define this concept and explore how it shapes the practice of Western medicine, often leading to fragmented care. We're going to explore the mind-body connection. I'm going to present the current scientific understanding of the physiological links between the mind and body, including how inflammation contributes to both physical and mental disease. And we're going to advocate, I hope this whole talk will advocate for person-centered care, highlighting the importance of treating patients as whole individuals, recognizing their unique stories, values, and lived experiences, and why this approach is essential for delivering meaningful and effective care. Okay, what a wee little part of a person's life are his acts and his words. His real life is led in his head and is known to none but himself. So I've been a fan of this quote by Mark Twain for many years. I think I read it for the first time in high school, long before I became a disciple of narrative medicine. And what I love about this quote so much is that it introduces the concept of narrative identity, the idea that we construct a sense of self and we really narrate our lives into being by the stories we tell ourselves and the stories we tell about ourselves to others. And much of this narrative, as Twain suggests, remains hidden sometimes even to ourselves. What narrative medicine does is it aims to bridge that gap. Narrative medicine is a principle of practicing medicine in that it recognizes that when patients come to see their doctors, they're telling them a story. And the idea is that the ability to elicit this story, interpret the story, and then act upon that story is actually a skill that is separate from medical mastery. And narrative medicine applies to every single specialty of medicine. It is a philosophy of practicing medicine in this whole person really paying attention to their entire life. Now, I think a fair criticism of narrative medicine is, well, this is really obvious. Of course, your doctor should be talking to you about your whole life and wanting to understand how, not only your specific ailment affects you, but how it affects all aspects of your life in order to give you the best possible care. Well, something went wrong over time. And the fact is we have master's degrees and programs devoted to narrative medicine in most major institutions throughout the country. How did we get here? So I promise this isn't going to be an exhaustive history lesson, but I do think it's always important to look at the past in order to understand how we got to where we are now. So this concept, narrative medicine, you can call it, we don't have to label it, but this is ancient wisdom. This is the way that ancient medicine was practiced in ancient Egypt, in traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, as century French philosopher who further cements this idea. He is famous for the quote, "I think, therefore I am," and he is introducing this concept of Cartesian dualism, where the mind and body, he's determined to win this philosophical argument that these are separate things. This actually becomes entrenched in philosophy of thought, and it promotes this mechanistic view of the body for centuries to come. Now, I am a psychiatrist, so I will just bring up that when psychoanalysis comes into the fold in the 20th century, led by Sigmund Freud, who was a neurologist, he starts to bring it back. He starts to focus on the biological And in fact, we realize that, some of the common drivers of disease are related, and this becomes absolutely part of entrenched science. So some of my colleagues before me did already speak about inflammation, but we can't talk about holistic psychiatry without talking about the role of inflammation. So if you look at this slide, we're seeing, I wish I had a pointer, but some of these inflammatory interleukins, TNF alpha, interferon gamma, we're looking at, the role of these are all elevated in chronic inflammation and are contributing to neurodegenerative disease. Now, I also just want to take a second not to fully vilify inflammation. Inflammation is necessary for survival. In proper amounts, inflammation is absolutely protective. It's meant to facilitate wound healing. If we have infections, it's supposed to, help us heal. And in low levels, it's necessary for synaptic plasticity, for forming new memories, for learning. And in general, this inflammation is helping our cells communicate and communicate effectively. It's when it becomes out of balance that we have disease. So And really interesting studies going on. This is really active area of research. In the past couple of years, many major research articles are coming out and ongoing research into this now, where they're studying patients with depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, or major psychiatric diseases are correlated with high levels of inflammation. For example, the CSF of patients with schizophrenia are almost always have elevated levels of the acute phase reactant CRP. And in many treatment-resistant cases of depression, we have elevated levels of IL-6 and TNF-alpha. And why is it treatment-resistant? Well, the mainstay of our treatments for depression are drugs like SSRIs. They're targeting serotonin. But in fact, the actual pathological basis of the disease could be different. It could be actually these high levels of inflammation. Okay, we also cannot talk about holistic psychiatry and the mind-body connection without talking about the gut-brain connection. So there are over 500 million neurons in our gut. There are closer to 100 billion in our central nervous system between our brain and our spinal cord, but the brain and the gut are in constant communication. And in fact, one of the main cranial nerves in, there are 12 cranial nerves in the brain. Number 10, the vagus, innervates our heart, our lungs, and the entire GI tract. And it is a bimodal system. And they're constantly talking to each other. And it is absolutely this is also a very active area of research now, studying that the vagus nerve, in fact, so many of our diseases that we think of as the brain actually originate in the gut. There's an interesting study that for Parkinson's disease, alpha-synuclein, which is what forms up Lewy bodies in the brain that causes the disease in the substantia nigra, is found more than 20 years before clinical symptoms occur in patients with Parkinson's. It's found in the gut. And the actual thought now is that it originates in the gut and travels via the vagus to put those deposits into the brain. In fact, 90% of the serotonin in our body is made in the gut. 50% of the dopamine in the body is made in the gut. So to talk about inflammation, the mind-body connection, this is just one example of the mind and the body being absolutely in sync and important to one another. Thank you. And this is just a list of some diseases that are associated with gut dysbiosis. And you can see, I mentioned Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, of course, some of our psychiatric diseases, schizophrenia, ADHD, ALS, chronic fatigue, restless leg syndrome, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, migraines, fibromyalgia, hepatic encephalopathy. These are all associated with gut dysbiosis. In fact, in a meta-analysis encompassing 25 studies with over 106,000 participants found that individuals with depression have an 81% higher risk of all-cause mortality compared to those without depression. So we know that psychiatric illnesses are directly affecting their lives, their longevity, and their ability to live long lives. So I just wanted to more explicitly tie it in. You might be thinking to yourself, well, this is all really interesting, but how exactly does this tie into longevity? Well, as so many of the speakers already pointed out, it is not obvious how to navigate a life and extend our life, not only in years, but in order to live healthily. In fact, so much of our society, it seems like we're fighting the current, from the foods that we're offered to eat to, when we even just, which might be modifiable, but even walking outside, there being air pollution, the air we're breathing to some extent, it could feel like we're fighting uphill battle to live a healthy, long life. And I truly believe that to be on this path requires such great intention and choices and knowledge. And to do this requires, it really does take a village. It requires a strong alliance with your doctors as well. People talked about motivation. and the role of motivation. Motivation goes sharply down when you're not in depression and anxiety. So it's directly important as a psychiatrist, for example. It's absolutely within my fields to motivate people and give them the not only skills and the help that they need in order to even embark upon this journey, to take all the steps, the exercise, which of course we know is important. And yes, it's easier to prescribe than to motivate. I think someone said that before, and it's absolutely true, but so important. So in the end, what we're striving for in narrative medicine and holistic psychiatry is exactly what Sir William Osler, who is a Canadian physician from the 1900s, one of the founders of Johns Hopkins, often considered one of the fathers of modern medicine. He captured this over a century ago. And he says, the good physician treats the disease. The great physician treats the patient who has the disease. And as I established earlier, this is ancient wisdom. This isn't reinventing the wheel. This was known by our ancestors in ancient civilizations. And somewhere along the way, we lost track. And the goal is really to bring us back to this foundational element of treating the patient, focusing on the whole person. Thank you so much for having me here today.
All right, so our next guest is up on the screen. He wanted to be here, but he's been traveling. So this is an honor because I've seen this gentleman speak many times, and he always blows my mind. So without further ado, Deepak Chopra.
Hi, everyone. I'm deeply honored to join you virtually at the Advancing Longevity and Aging Summit presented by Mount Sinai. Today we will embark on a journey of discovery and wisdom, exploring the profound connections between mind, body, and aging. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ash Tiwari, Dr. Brendan Carr, and Dr. Jeffrey Mechanic for their insightful contributions to today's discussions. Their expertise sets the stage for an enriching experience. I also want to acknowledge the remarkable lineup of speakers whose insights will guide us through this transformative summit. As we delve into this program, I invite you to join me in a moment of quiet reflection. Let us embrace a guided meditation for quieting the anxious mind, fostering inner peace and resilience. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this impactful gathering. Before I share the meditation we were going to do together, I just want to say a few words about the Eastern approach to longevity, health span, and aging. I have looked at all the literature on health span, aging that is happening right now, the science on the microbiome, the science behind the adaptogens and signal molecules. But I find one thing missing in the longevity approaches that are being discussed mainstream. And that one thing is understanding that our physical body can also be understood as a field of awareness, where our senses, literally our biosensors, and our motor organs literally function as biomotors, and our brain functions as the biocomputer that regulates both sensory experience and motor activity. However, at a deeper level, the brain, the body, and the biosensors and the biomotor and the biocomputer are all modified expressions of a deeper fundamental consciousness which is without cause, which is a field of infinite possibilities, which is borderless, which is therefore infinite as a superposition of infinite possibilities, but it is also self-regulating and self-organizing and self-evolving. So when we return to this fundamental state of simple being, otherwise referred to as pure consciousness, that is the state of perfect homeostasis and least entropy, and where the laws of thermodynamics, while they operate at a very minimal level, decreasing the arrow of time. And in Eastern wisdom traditions, aging is the metabolism of time. There's a phrase, time is the consumer and we are its food. So I will now share with you a meditation that will allow you to settle into this presence, which is just simple, pure, and without content, and the state of perfect homeostasis, and therefore self-regulation, and therefore the ultimate key to longevity and health span. Begin by finding a comfortable position, gently closing your eyes. Take a deep breath in, filling your lungs completely, and exhale slowly, releasing any tension. As you settle into this space, bring your awareness to the present moment. Let go of any worries or thoughts of the past or the future. You're here now, in this moment of presence and peace. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more grounded, more centered. Let your body relax, beginning with your feet, feeling them gently soften and then release. Allow that sense of relaxation to move up through your toes into your hips and your torso. Feel the tension in your shoulders melt away as your arms, hands, and fingers soften. Now relax your neck, your face, and let go of any thoughts. And if thoughts intrude, ignore them or just observe them. Imagine yourself in a peaceful place, a place of calm and tranquility. It could be a serene beach, a quiet forest, or a peaceful mountain. Allow yourself to fully inhabit this place with all of your senses. Feel the gentle breeze. Hear the soothing sounds. And see the beauty that surrounds you. As you breathe in, imagine you're inhaling calm stillness and peace. As you breathe out, let go of any anxiety, any worry, and any tension. With each exhale, feel your body and mind become lighter, more open, more relaxed. Now bring your awareness to the space between your thoughts. You may notice that your mind tries to grab on to distractions, worries, hopes, anticipation, regrets. When this happens, gently guide your attention back to your breath, back to the present moment. There is nothing else to do now but be aware of the breath and occasionally also be aware of the space between your breath. as you become aware of the space between your thoughts, or if that is a little difficult, then just the space between your breath, settle into just being. Rest in awareness. Rest in your own presence. Rest in this state of perfect homeostasis. In this state of restful awareness, your body is automatically beginning to self-regulate, return to its fundamental state of homeostasis. So now just rest in this awareness, which is self-awareness, the awareness of awareness, the awareness of presence, the awareness of being. Every thought, every sensation, every image, every feeling arises and subsides from this state of simple being, the simplest state of awareness. Let's rest in this space for about 2 minutes. And at the end of 2 minutes, I'll gently bring you back. And now it is time to become aware of your surroundings, aware of your body, and aware of any sensations and feelings and thoughts that may spontaneously arise. However, as you go about your day, carry this sense of being and presence wherever you go. So no matter where you go, carry your stillness with you. The secret to homeostasis, self-regulation, longevity, and health span. Thank you.
All right. Well, you don't get to listen to it, you get to experience it, which that was great. Okay, next up, we're going to go right into breast cancer and survivorship with Dr. Elisa Port. She is the chief of breast surgery here at Mount Sinai, expert in surgical techniques, and then the author of the New Generation Breast Cancer book. Without further ado, Dr. Elisa.
Dr. Port is one of the most amazing doctors, surgeons you will ever know. And I work with men, and I personally know 80% of men owe their screening, diagnosis, and care to some lady in their life navigated them. It's always wife, sister, aunt, daughter, niece who nudge them to go and get tested, and then everything happens after that. So we have an initiative, what we call She for He. And when we were talking about all about the men's health issue, I said, no, it cannot be complete till we cover real he for she.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity, although I'm not sure I would have agreed if I knew I had to speak after Deepak Chopra. That was a little bit of a bait and switch. Gosh, what an incredible turnout, and not surprising considering Dr. Tewari's stature and his ability to pull people together over something that's so important. So thank you so much for the invitation. He's right. He takes care of the most common cancer that men get, and I take care of the most common cancer breast cancer. It is the most common cancer, as I said, to affect women in the United States. There are about 300,000 new cases diagnosed every year. To put that in perspective, if you take the giant bucket of women diagnosed with cancer, any cancer every year, 1 in 3 will be breast. Okay, so it's a really, really big problem with a huge magnitude. One of the things that, of course, I always like to say is because this cancer is so common, lots of people are affected. Everyone has either been affected themselves, knows someone, or knows someone who knows someone. And what that leads to is, the interesting thing about breast cancer is the problem is not lack of information. It's actually too much information with no filter. And that's something that we see in our offices every single day. As Dr. Tewari mentioned, or the introduction mentioned, about 10 years ago, 2015, we saw the explosion of people going to the internet to get information. And one of the things that I saw, which I was profoundly perplexed about, I couldn't understand why the survival for breast cancer, which has been getting better and better and better. Overall, the survival rate for breast cancer now is about 90%. These are pretty good odds, right? And by the way, there are subtypes of breast cancer where we can tell someone they have a 99% survival rate. So if ever there was a reason for optimism in the world of cancer, we're it, okay? The issue is that women were coming in with more doom and gloom than ever before. I couldn't understand it. We were doing so great and the survival was improving. Just so you know, between the year 2000 and 2010, the survival rate from breast cancer went up 2% each year. So if you were diagnosed with breast cancer after the year of 2010, you were 20% more likely to survive than a decade earlier. Again, if that's not progress, I don't know what is. And yet, what was the source of all this doom and gloom? It was the internet. Women going and Googling their diagnoses, and women who had early stage breast cancer reading about things that had nothing to do with their case. And so what we always say is that there's no one size fits all. And while it's incredibly unrealistic to tell people, don't go to the internet, don't get information, there needs to be a little bit of insulation from all the misinformation out there. And that's why I wrote that book. I think it's important to know that there are things about breast cancer that we can control, risk factors that we can control, and risk factors that we can't control. One of the things I never miss an opportunity to say is there's a huge misconception that most breast cancer is related to family history and genetics. Dr. Chopra and I deal with the commonality that the BRCA genes, BRCA1 and BRCA2, predispose women to both breast and prostate cancer on the male side, as well as other gynecologic cancers. But here's the thing that very few people realize. 85 to 90% of women who get breast cancer had no family history. Okay, so if you take one message home, we're all, as women and some men, at risk. Women walk into my office now in 2025 and say, I don't understand. How did I get this? I have no family history. We all are at risk, okay? And the family history part makes up only a small proportion of those with breast cancer. Moving past, because this is about health and wellness, I want to move past all the factors that we can't control related to breast cancer. For example, things like the age at which you got your period, the age at which you go through menopause, things like that. And let's talk about the things you can control. There are definitely lifestyle factors that affect the risk of breast cancer. And there's really two that are real, that are the real deal. The first is weight. You know, we are dealing with a major weight and obesity epidemic in this country right now. About 40% of our American population is overweight. And to me, scarier than that is that if you look at the 12 to 19-year-old age group, okay, very, very young, kids that should be playing outside and going on the jungle gym and playing all their sports, the obesity rate in this country now in the 12 to 19-year-old age group is almost 20% already. That's a problem. And so when people start saying things like, why are so many younger women getting breast cancer? In part, I look to that. And so while exercise is important and diet is important and all those things, they all filter to weight. You maintaining a healthy body weight, and that can be different things to different people. That is the single most important thing a woman can do to reduce her risk of getting breast cancer. I know we live in an age now of self-acceptance and everybody is okay just the way they are, and we have to love ourselves, and that's really important too. But there are absolute truths here, and there is a weight above which for each individual person that it has adverse effects on your health, whether it's cardiac disease, whether it's blood pressure, whether it's cholesterol, whether it's diabetes, and whether it's cancer. Breast cancer isn't the only cancer that's associated with being overweight. There's also uterine cancer, colon cancer, prostate cancer. So there are ramifications of being overweight. And I would say that if someone is, as we all get older and your body really takes the joke at 20, 30 years old. As we get older, not so much anymore. And as people incrementally go on these medications to combat the ramifications of being overweight, there should be some kind of teachable moment where we say, gosh, if you lost whatever it is, 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds, and you would be off all of those medications, that has to tell you that there is some price to pay on the weight front. So we work really closely with our patients. It's, I find it's extremely difficult for patients diagnosed with breast cancer. It's one of the most traumatizing experiences and difficult experiences of their lives. And certainly at that moment of diagnosis, you don't turn around and say, oh, and by the way, you should lose 50 pounds. We try to give our patients the framework to do this in the post-op, after treatment, when they're recovering. We have a full-time nutritionist at the Dubin Breast Center, and I like to say we give patients the tools. It can be a teachable moment to improve their health in other ways. So I think that's an important one. The other risk factor for breast cancer from a lifestyle standpoint is alcohol. And alcohol, we used to say in moderation is fine, and it doesn't affect your risk of breast cancer. What some new data shows us that even at the levels of what any of us would define as moderation, 3 to 5 drinks a week is the definition of moderation. It means you're not drinking every day. You can't be drinking every day if it's 3 to 5 a week. Marginally increases your risk of breast cancer. And so moderate is worse than none. A lot is worse than moderate, and it's basically a dose response and a sliding scale. Now, we do have to put it into perspective. If the average woman's risk of getting breast cancer in her lifetime is 10 or 11%, and we say that alcohol is going to increase your risk by 10 or 20%, it doesn't mean your risk goes to 30%. It means your risk goes to 11 or 12% because that's 10 or 20% from your baseline risk. So when I have these frank conversations with my patients about what kind of lifestyle modifications do they want to make to reduce their risk, if a person says to me, I want to do everything I can to reduce my risk of having this come back or getting breast cancer, eliminating alcohol is one option. I also say to patients, if this is part of your enjoyment of life, celebrations, whatever, in moderation, if your risk goes from 10% to 11%, maybe people are willing to accept that. And everyone's an adult and gets to make their own choices as long as they understand what the true risk levels are. And then the last thing I'll say, I'll keep it a little bit on the shorter side because I know there are speakers to follow me, is what I've been so impressed with what I've listened to up till now about mindfulness and quality of life. I'm in the business of saving lives, right? Giving people quantity of life. But that doesn't necessarily mean quality of life. And one of the things I've noticed and what we've just talked about with Dr. Chopra and the speaker before that is these concepts of anxiety and mindfulness, et cetera. I have patients who walk into my office after I've treated them. I'm old now, and I've done this for 25 years. And so I have patients I treated 20 years ago. And sometimes they come in, they're now 70 or 80, and they say to me, I wish I hadn't spent the last 20 years worrying about whether or not my cancer came back. And to me, it's so sad because this is a person who, if I had a crystal ball and I could have told her the cancer is not going to come back. And by the way, here we are 20 years later. I think some of these people would have lived their lives differently, not with the sword hanging over their heads. So we work very hard with people to develop a quality of life that involves understanding that they don't have to live with that level of anxiety of recurrence. There is room for optimism. And like everything else in life, there are some things that are out of our control, but if we do everything we can with what's in our control, the odds are really, really great that our patients will be okay. I think it is one of the things I do point out to our patients is that for sure, there are still far too many deaths each year related to breast cancer. There's 300,000 new cases each year. There's about 40,000 deaths related to breast cancer. It's certainly not the most common killer of women, but it's a lot. And our work isn't done until there's zero. One of the things that's very lesser known and I wish more people knew, is that of the deaths related to breast cancer, at least a third to a half, no one knows the exact answer, are related to late diagnosis, failure to diagnose, failure to screen, and non-compliance with treatment. You were told to go on an anti-hormonal agent for 5 years. After a year, people stop and they wonder why cancer comes back. So when my patients are anxious, they look at these massive numbers of death related to breast cancer and they say to me, could that happen to me? And my answer is, of course, anything could happen to any one of us. But why don't you try to shift the conversation? The next time you hear a scary story about breast cancer, don't ask if this could happen to me. Anything can happen to anyone. Their scary story is not your story. Okay. The switch is to ask yourself instead, the first knee-jerk question should be, I wonder if that person did everything that they should have done. For sure, women still die of breast cancer doing everything right. But we know from a data standpoint, a significant number of deaths are related to failure to screen and failure to treat. Okay. The last thing that I will leave with is, again, going back to quality of life. I mean, I think that the speakers before me, I got so much from it because one of the things I've also observed is that we live here, some of us live here, but we work here on the Upper East Side, which is probably one of the most intense, anxiety-filled microcosms of the universe. I see about 10 or 15 patients every week newly diagnosed with breast cancer. We take a very detailed history. And one of the things we ask, of course, is what medications are you on? And we take down the medications and I go into a room and I say, oh God, I see you're on, Xanax and Effexor antidepressant and Klonopin and this and that and ADD med. They're on 3 or 4 different psych meds, mostly for anxiety, ADD, all kinds of things, depression. And I say, sometimes I stop doing this almost naively. God, this breast cancer diagnosis is really getting you down. They're like, no, I've been on that for 10 years. Okay. This is my baseline state. Now I really have something to worry about. And so I think if we can move away toward, again, part of the breast cancer diagnosis is it gives a lot of my patients who have baseline anxiety, baseline depression, a place to focus all their energy. And it's not a good thing. And I think, again, we think of breast cancer as a teachable moment on the physical front, as I talked about, weight, drinking, all those things. We also have to think about it on the mental front. And how can we shift patients' extreme levels of anxiety, extreme levels of depression that we're seeing that's rampant, and use some of the techniques that have been talked about here and utilize all the resources we have to give people quality of life, both from a quantity and a quality perspective. I'll stop there. I hope this was helpful and gives you a little background into what we do. Questions?
You need to nudge some people to do the mammograms.
What? I need I could not believe that even today, people are literally leaving comments under, usually anonymous, saying, she has no idea what she's talking about related. We went on the air and talked about how mammograms save lives. They're not perfect. They pick up 90% of breast cancers. In some women with dense breasts, it's 80 to 85. And that's why we supplement with ultrasound, but they are the best screening test we have. A lot of the comments related to mammograms are the radiation exposure. There's an incredible lack of public knowledge about relative radiation exposures. I think most people are surprised to learn that we've gotten the radiation exposure from a mammogram down so low. It's about the exposure of about, I don't know, I think it's like 7 cross-country airplane flights. Everyone knows you get higher exposure at altitude. So when you're in an airplane, you get a higher blip of exposure. So I tell people, look, if you're not interested in getting mammograms, there's so many other things you should stop doing to avoid radiation exposure, like don't travel. Certainly don't live in Mile High City in Denver, where a lot of women choose not to get mammograms. And so I think we should put it in that perspective. You know, I saw 4 patients last week who all came in with locally advanced breast cancer, meaning a very large lump that had already spread to the lymph nodes under the arm. One of them missed 1 year of mammogram. The other 3 had not had a mammogram in greater than 5 years. So we have this, everyone talks about these fancy new screening tests and full body scans. And we have tests that work for the most common cancers, and mammograms are one of them. You know, they'll pick up a cancer. The majority of cancers that are detected on mammogram are stage 0, as I mentioned, 99% cure rate, or stage 1, 90% cure rate. They work and they save lives. And then the last thing I'll say about it is, so we did some incredible research here at Mount Sinai. Everyone only talks about mammograms as they relate to lives saved, which is, of course, the most important endpoint. But I turn around and say, you know, there are other secondary endpoints that mammograms help with, okay? What if I told you that we did a study at Mount Sinai and we took everybody that walked into our center with a new diagnosis of cancer and grouped them into 3 categories? Category 1 are the patients who had had a mammogram within the last 2 years. So in 2 years. This group, less likely to need chemotherapy, less likely to need a mastectomy, removal of their breast instead of just a small portion of it, a lumpectomy, less likely to need all their lymph nodes removed under their arm because of spread. So not only are we curing more cancers, what's really cool is we're curing it even doing less aggressive therapy. We don't want our patients to have more aggressive therapy and suffer through those side effects if they don't need that. Yeah, we can cure a lot of people with more aggressive advanced cancer, but they're going to need the kitchen sink thrown at them. And I will tell you, if you ask a woman if she'd rather have her cancer cured with chemo or without it, most women would choose without it. So, so there are, when people talk about the benefits of mammogram, or they say, try this other test, thermography or whatever, because it doesn't, I just, you know, I say, this is the exact concept that, you know, people really need to understand, that there is 50 years worth of data supporting mammograms saving lives. And, if you're, you know, if you are a data-driven person, there's more support for the use of mammograms for screening than there is almost any other screening test. So yes, get your mammogram. Is that okay? Good. Okay. Good.
Yes, that's mine. All right. Moving on to our next presenter is Systems Chair OBGYN here at Mount Sinai, expert in high-risk pregnancies, co-author of Pregnancy for Dummies, and without further ado, Dr. Joanne Stone. Come on, put your hands together. We're still here, still alive.
So thank you, Dr. Tawari, for inviting me to speak today. This has been a fascinating, informative day. I mean, it's a little depressing because I feel like I have to give up alcohol. I'm a pescatarian. Do I give up fish and become a vegetarian? I can't eat hummus and or yogurt. But other than that, I never wanted to be a marathon runner, so that was really positive. So that's a good thing. So this has been really fantastic. And the other thing is, I think we're all going to want to get reservations at Bungalow. So, all righty. Thank you. This one? This? Okay, perfect. Okay. So continuing with this whole theme of longevity, I'm going to be talking about longevity after high-risk pregnancies. And it's really incredible that with high-risk pregnancies, we're just totally focused on really survival, right? Having the best possible outcome for the mother and the baby. But what's so important is what happens after that, right? So it really can change the arc of wellness in a woman's health. And we know that high-risk pregnancies can shape the health in terms of cardiovascular health and other aspects of female health, emotional health, mental health, and lifespan. So we're going to focus today on talking about how high-risk pregnancies can help improve women's health outcomes. So how would you react if I told you that we actually have a screening tool that's totally underutilized that has the potential to substantially improve women's health? And furthermore, this screening tool involves one simple question. And that question is, have you had any pregnancy complications? Because we know that certain pregnancy complications increase the risk for cardiovascular disease, heart attack, hypertension, stroke, and also metabolic diseases like diabetes. So with this one question that you can ask patients, or that patients can tell their physicians, I had a complication, you can really identify those women that are at risk for complications later in life. So you might say, like, well, you know, how in the world do just about 9 months of pregnancy lead to these increased risks for stroke, for cardiovascular disease? What is the connection there? So a lot of it comes down to one of the most important organs that pregnancy has, which is the placenta. The placenta is such a vital organ. It's what provides oxygen and nutrients to the growing fetus. If you have a really well-functioning placenta, it's like, you know, the Michelin-Star, you know, first meal that the fetus gets. And if you have like one of those, you know, restaurants that have the grade C on there where you never really want to go into, then you really are problematic, because that can lead to some complications like fetal growth restriction and small for gestational age. And the thing is that we know that placental dysfunction can lead to complications for both the mother and also for the child. So I'll give you an example. In my family, my sister-in-law had a condition called preeclampsia, which is high blood pressure in pregnancy. It's a multi-organ system disease. I'll talk a little bit more about it. So she had preeclampsia, very early onset at 32 weeks, and delivered a severely growth-restricted child, my niece. Baby was 2 pounds. That's the size of somebody that was about 4 weeks earlier. So fast forward to future life, my niece, you know, has extreme obesity before she ended up with gastric bypass surgery, and is at really high risk for dyslipidemia, heart disease. In addition, her mother, who had preeclampsia, is also at risk for cardiovascular disease, heart attack, stroke, and hypertension. So what happens in utero completely affects people's long-term health. There's something that one of the most brilliant maternal fetal medicine specialists, Roberto Romero, had coined. It's the great obstetrical syndromes. And these involve preeclampsia or hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, fetal growth restriction, stillbirth actually, diabetes. And all these, did I forget one? Spontaneous preterm births. So somebody going into labor spontaneously and delivering prematurely. These all have a common component, and that's placental dysfunction. And all of these disorders, again, place women at an increased risk for cardiovascular disease. So why does this matter? Well, high-risk pregnancies affect about 1 in 4 pregnancies globally. We know that there are short-term complications that are sort of well established, but what happens after delivery? And you can see here, there's truly a need for long-term perspective, and that will involve preventative care and wellness by identifying these patients who are at risk. So how do you define a high-risk pregnancy? Just in general, I mean, it can be a whole much longer list, but in general, when we think about longevity and health, some of the conditions that increase the risk for the mother or the baby: preeclampsia, eclampsia, gestational diabetes, preterm birth, placental abnormalities, autoimmune disorders, cardiac conditions, things like that. And the high risk does not really end at delivery, and it truly, truly, truly is a window into future health of the mother. So I mentioned somehow the slides, I don't know what happened with the font. I thought I changed it, but so preeclampsia I mentioned. It's a disease that affects about 5 to 8% of pregnancies. It involves developing high blood pressure. It's multi-organ system involvement, so it can affect the brain, it can affect the kidneys, the vasculature. It's multifactorial in terms of etiology, and basically one of the primary things is placental dysfunction. It's been around for so many years. I think Cornell has a plaque on the wall that says, whoever develops the cure for preeclampsia is going to get this huge major award, because we have no treatment. The only treatment we have is actually delivering the baby. But what we have learned in the last 10 to 15 years is that there's a 2 to 4-fold increased risk of heart failure, heart attack, coronary artery disease, and stroke in women who've had preeclampsia. So interestingly, there's some shared risk factors for preeclampsia and cardiovascular disease in general. So endothelial dysfunction, chronic inflammation, we've heard a lot about inflammation, insulin resistance, obesity, all this was just talking about the obesity pandemic, hypertension, and dyslipidemia. And it turns out that women with preeclampsia may already have some degrees of these metabolic disorders that they're not aware of. So when we think about vascular injury with preeclampsia, it's widespread endothelial dysfunction, and it can lead to high blood pressure, impaired blood flow, and placental ischemia or hypoxia. Pregnancy is really, really a stress test that unmasks or accelerates latent vascular disease. So we think about stress tests. We talked about cardiac stress tests and all this. Pregnancy is truly a stress test. So what about what happens after delivery? About 40% of women who have preeclampsia will develop hypertension within 10 years. And there's a higher risk as well of type 2 diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and renal disease as well. The postpartum period is usually, we consider, about 6 weeks. So patients come back, they see their obstetrician at the 6-week checkoff, they're cleared, and they go on and live their life. But this is a real gap, because we have the chance to identify women at risk and continue that care. So many chronic risk factors will accelerate after that 6-month period of time. And so there's a missed opportunity for identifying these patients who should have preventative care, who are at need for cardiovascular screening, who are at need for metabolic counseling, lifestyle management, as well as mental health support. So I mentioned that it's a stress test. Well, the obstetrical history is also a vital sign, right? It's like taking a blood pressure or a pulse. It's a vital sign in terms of that long-term health. So by early postpartum blood pressure and metabolic monitoring, we can really change the course of a patient's long-term outcomes. We need long-term surveillance, cardiovascular surveillance, and it's an opportunity for lifestyle modification and preventing preventive cardiology referrals. We can talk about, I'll go into it in the next one. I want to mention also, I mentioned cardiometabolic health and metabolic disease. This is also something that comes up during pregnancy. So there's a condition that's called gestational diabetes. It's diabetes that is diagnosed during pregnancy, typically in the 3rd trimester. It has to do with the fact that the placenta produces hormones that antagonize insulin's actions. So it can lead to insulin resistance. And we know that while most of the time it goes away after delivery, we do a postpartum test at 6 weeks, and most of the time patients pass that test and do not have diabetes at that 6-week mark. We know that there's a 50% lifetime risk that they will develop type 2 diabetes. 50%, that's huge. They're also at risk for metabolic syndrome, obesity, and lipid abnormalities are more common in women who have had gestational diabetes. And lifestyle modifications early can delay or prevent disease. So this is that opportunity. They should be seen by an endocrinologist every year, type annual screening test, but also if they have underlying obesity, you can change their lifestyle, their eating. We talked a lot about, eating healthy. Exercise, all these things can help modify those risks. So after high-risk pregnancies, there's a lot of mental health services and emotional recovery that needs to be addressed. So there's a lot of sort of post-traumatic stress that can happen after complicated pregnancies. There's a higher rate of postpartum depression and PTSD, especially pregnancies that may have ended up with a stillbirth. Those that patients who have had complications where they ended up in an ICU because they had postpartum hemorrhage or some other complications. So we need those mental health services as well. And we know that emotional well-being really impacts on the physical health and longevity. And this really shows the need for integrative care. You can see that throughout, we talked about, I mentioned this screening tool asking about pregnancy complications. We need to have an integrated approach to caring for these patients. I also want to mention that Black and Indigenous and the underserved population has a much higher rate of maternal morbidity and mortality. And we have to address the barriers for postpartum care and need for systems that will be more inclusive and proactive in helping prevent these complications. So what can we do? So for patients, we can empower patients by this knowledge, by telling them, you've had this condition, you had this complication, you had a spontaneous preterm birth, you had fetal growth restriction. These are, you need to tell your primary care provider that you had this pregnancy complication. Ask about what the long-term health benefit of what health risks are, and prioritize your life. It's very, so many women prioritize everybody else in the family but themselves. They prioritize their husband's care, their partner's care, their child's care, but they don't prioritize their own health. And we need to empower them to prioritize their own health. Again, schedule annual check-ins after the postpartum period ends. And as physicians, what can we do? Well, treat pregnancy as a cardiometabolic stress test and make sure you're educating your patients. Incorporate the obstetrical history into primary care and specialty care. Build bridges between the primary care specialists, the obstetrician, cardiology, endocrinology, and a lot of the other services as well. And use the American College of OBGYN and American College of Cardiology guidelines to stratify risk and guide care for future wellness. In terms of postpartum timeline for long-term health, annual preventive care, I mentioned cardiovascular risk monitoring, lifestyle counseling, and screening for mood disorders, as well as some of the other conditions, diabetes and things like that. So some key takeaways, high-risk pregnancy is a marker for future health risks. Postpartum care needs to extend beyond the 6 weeks. Patients and physicians must partner in terms of long-term health planning for these patients with high-risk pregnancies. And with this proactive care, we can truly make a difference, improve wellness and longevity for women. So moving forward, there should be a shift from this episodic care to a lifespan-focused women's health care. We need to integrate reproductive history into our electronic medical records and have preventative health as a priority, have a multidisciplinary collaboration, and women deserve care that supports really decades of wellness for them in the future. So what can we do? What are some of the things that we're doing here at Mount Sinai to try to improve outcomes for women at all stages of life, from pregnancy through perimenopause, menopause, and beyond? And I just want to mention exciting news about the creation of the Carolyn Rowan Center for Women's Health and Wellness here at Mount Sinai. This center is located actually on 99th and Madison, right? Like in the MC level of this building here. And it's going to be an anchoring place where we're going to take care of women and in a very integrative model. So incorporate every aspect of their health. We'll have patient navigators. We'll offer state-of-the-art care. We'll have involved physical therapy, exercise, nutrition counseling, access to cardiology, endocrinology, all the subspecialists. And we really recognize sort of the unique and changing needs of women throughout every decade of their life. So very excited about this. Should be opening up in probably January of 2026. So I think, that there's a really bright future. I think that we're working on precision medicine for women. We're working on ways of identifying patients at a higher risk. We're working on ways of integrating their care and making it and actively involving research and studying the differences in female biology to really help them on the pathway for not only longevity, but a healthy lifespan. So that's it. So thank you so much, Ash. Thank you for inviting me.
I'm loving seeing everybody with their sneakers on. We're throwing away the shoes and putting on sneakers. So our next speaker is the director of men's health program here at Mount Sinai, urology specialist.
Speakers. So I'm going to talk about a fairly in the news and a little bit of controversial topic, something that generates a lot of questions and interest from a lot of men that I see. I'm going to talk about testosterone and the aging man, talk about some myths and some science, answer some questions hopefully for people. Okay, so a couple of things that I want to talk about here today. Want to talk about the age-related changes in testosterone physiology. So a lot of us know that testosterone does decrease over time. What exactly does that mean? And when does it happen? How much does it happen? What are the diagnostic criteria for hypogonadism? It's just a fancy word for low testosterone. Distinguish some myths from the current clinical evidence. What's real out there on Instagram and social media and what's not. discuss the indications, risks, and outcomes of testosterone therapy. So just because somebody has low testosterone doesn't necessarily always mean that they need to be treated for it. So a couple of interesting statistics: about 25% of men that are receiving testosterone replacement therapy never actually were tested for their testosterone levels. And of those men that are on testosterone replacement therapy, about 40% of them are not actually receiving proper follow-up, or not receiving lab work or the care that they need after they begin the treatment. And this is starting to make its way into mainstream media. You know, there was these articles from the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal actually just came up over the past couple of months. More men are seeking out testosterone tests. Are they getting duped? Online low T services have proliferated during the pandemic, but the treatment can come with risks. Or this Wall Street Journal article, it says testosterone clinics selling for virility, but some men end up with infertility, and that's because they're not counseled properly. And you'll see online a lot of these places will advertise, you know, testosterone is the fountain of youth. You can turn into the Incredible Hulk and have the libido of a 17-year-old teenager, but it's not always factual and it's not always safe. So as a little bit of background, testosterone is the primary male sex hormone. It's critical for muscle mass, for bone density, libido, other sexual function, mood, and energy. But what happens as men get older? So there is a natural testosterone decline, and that begins around the age of 30, which is depressing for me because I'm in my 30s. It's a decline of about 1% per year. It's termed as andropause, or late onset hypogonadism, or just hypogonadism in general. And the symptoms can vary widely. So this is just, This is just a graph of the natural testosterone decline over time. You know, by the time you're past the age of 60, about 0.25% of men will have blood work demonstrating low testosterone levels. So what does that testosterone deficiency mean, and how does it translate? So it can affect a whole lot of different things. As far as emotional components, depression, reduced well-being, low self-esteem, poor concentration or drive and motivation. You can have decreased muscle bulk or power, abdominal obesity. People will talk about gaining weight around their belly, right? Something that a number of people have spoken about today, and a lot of that could be linked to low testosterone levels. Hot flashes or palpitations, decreased body hair, and anemia, meaning low blood counts. As far as reproductive systems concerned, erectile dysfunction, sexual dysfunction, low libido, sometimes orgasmic dysfunction can also be a component of this. And from that, you can have a number of different complications. So there's a very close correlation between metabolic syndromes like diabetes and insulin resistance and low testosterone levels. Osteoporosis is a big one, so bone density as well. That can be a major contributor. Low testosterone could be a major contributor to osteoporosis. So a little bit, I'm not going to bore you too much with the physiology of testosterone, but a little bit of a background. It's produced by the Leydig cells of the testicles. There's two types of cells in the testicles. One produce sperm, and the other are the Leydig cells that produce testosterone. About 90 to 95% of testosterone is produced in the testes. The remainder is made up in the adrenal glands. And it's regulated via what's called the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis. Basically, all that means is the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland in the brain will send signals to the testicle when it's time for more testosterone to be produced or released. And this is circadian rhythm. So your testosterone values will vary fairly widely throughout the day. And that's why it's important to get the tests timed appropriately. So you always want to get a morning testosterone level for it to be accurate. And it circulates in a number of different ways in the body. 2% of it is what's called free testosterone or active. About 60% of it, so the majority of testosterone, is actually bound to a protein called SHBG, or sex hormone binding globulin, and it's actually inactive. The body cannot even use it. And then about a third, or a little more than a third, is bound to albumin and is also bioavailable. So how do we diagnose low testosterone? So in general, it has to be a couple of things. One, the presence of clinical symptoms, and we'll talk about what those are. We already sort of did. And consistently low serum testosterone. So that each lab varies a little bit. My general rule of thumb is a testosterone level less than 300 that has to be drawn in the morning. Like I said, if it's drawn in the afternoon and somebody comes to me and says, my testosterone's 250, I need TRT, I tell them, this has to be repeated. That's not an accurate level. And oftentimes they'll come back and the numbers are actually completely normal. You generally want to check 2 levels. So you want to get 1 level and then get a confirmation. And then it is generally good practice to also assess a couple of other hormones to see if there are secondary causes of this. So these hormones, LH, FSH, prolactin, are part of that hypothalamic pituitary axis that I was talking about. Those are the hormones that the pituitary gland and the hypothalamus release in order to regulate testosterone production. And sometimes there could be some other cause. Maybe it's not what we call primary hypogonadism, where the testicles are just not producing testosterone. Maybe it's something else, something in the brain or something with the pituitary gland. There's been a tremendous amount of research that has been done on testosterone replacement therapy, and I can cite hundreds and hundreds of articles. This is just one of the larger ones that was done in 2016 that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine that looked at the effects of testosterone treatment in older men. And this was a study of 790 men. It was a randomized control trial over the age of 65 with confirmed low testosterone levels and the presence of symptoms, whether they be sexual, physical, or vitality related. And these men were placed on either placebo or a testosterone gel daily. And they had 3 coordinated sub-studies in this trial. One looked at sexual function, the other at physical function, and lastly at vitality. And there were a couple of key findings from each of them. So as far as sexual function went, there was a statistically significant improvement in libido, sexual activity, and erectile dysfunction, which was measured by validated questionnaires. And this was where the most robust effect was seen. Out of all of these different subgroups, the sexual function improvement was the greatest. As far as physical function, there was about a modest improvement in 6-minute walking distance, but it was only statistically significant in the group that had already baseline impaired mobility. And then as far as vitality, meaning energy and mood went, there were small improvements in mood and depressive symptoms as well. Now, as far as safety, right, there's always a question of, can I just start testosterone? Is it, completely, what are the risks, right? And there's a couple of things that we'll discuss as what some of the risks are. But before I get into all that, this group had found that PSA, so the prostate cancer screening test, hematocrit, meaning the thickness of the blood, did increase in the testosterone group. Now, does that mean that it increased the risk of prostate cancer? No, but it did show a slight increase in the risk, a slight rise in the PSA level. This study showed no significant difference in cardiovascular events, meaning heart attack, stroke, but this particular one was not actually powered, meaning it wasn't a big enough study for long-term cardiovascular safety. More recently, there has been a very important trial that came out that I'll talk about that did prove that it is actually safe. And then this study also showed that prostate biopsies, even though PSAs did go up a little bit, prostate biopsies showed no difference in cancer incidence. So a couple of myths and facts. So myth, all men experience clinically significant testosterone decline, right? That's not true. Only a subset of people, first of all, develop low testosterone. And there's also a very large portion that have low testosterone that don't actually have any symptoms. They have a testosterone of 200, but they feel totally fine and are not bothered by it. And do they need to be treated? Absolutely not. Testosterone therapy is a panacea for aging. So, there's actually a company out there called Fountain that is a TRT company that, interestingly, I know the person who started it, but it was for meaning the fountain of youth, right? And the reality is there are benefits from testosterone as far as how you feel and how you age, but the benefits are modest and they're targeted, meaning it's not going to prolong your lifespan. It may improve your quality of life in the short term, but it's not going to make you live to 120. And it's not anti-aging treatment. Another myth, TRT increases prostate cancer risk. There's been a lot of debate about this in the past, a lot of misconceptions about this. There is no strong evidence linking physiologic testosterone replacement therapy to increase prostate cancer risk. Now, the key word there is physiologic, meaning you want to get it to a normal level. Normal testosterone levels are somewhere between 300 to 900, maybe 1,000. There are some of these clinics that push people's testosterone to levels of 1,500, 2,000, to things that are really dangerous. And that's where the problems really arise. There was an interesting study once that showed that, to kind of further this point, there was a study that showed that men who received prostate biopsies for elevated PSAs, those who had low testosterone actually had more aggressive prostate cancer at the time of biopsies than those who had low testosterone that was treated to a physiologic level. Now, does that mean that testosterone treats prostate cancer? No, not at all. But that was an interesting association, I think, that was made, that, you know, maybe low testosterone could have some kind of deleterious effects as well. So the question about prostate cancer linked to testosterone replacement has made its way into the American Urological Association guidelines in 2 points. One, very importantly, it always tells us clinicians should inform patients of the absence of evidence linking testosterone therapy to the development of prostate cancer. Is quite definitive. And then as far as people who have been treated for prostate cancer, is it safe for them to receive testosterone down the line? So, you know, in our practice, we have a lot of patients who have been treated for prostate cancer that come to see Dr. Tiwari, and then they'll often see me afterwards and say, my testosterone is low, my sexual function is low, can I start testosterone? And the reality of it is there's no definitive evidence or that at least has made its way into our guidelines, but I can tell people fairly with a great deal of confidence that if you've been treated for localized prostate cancer and have had undetectable PSAs, meaning there's no signs or concerns of recurrence for over a year, you can safely start testosterone replacement therapy, and it's not going to increase your risk of recurrence. Okay, so I said I was going to come back to the cardiovascular risk debate. This is something that comes up a lot. People often ask, is this stuff going to give me a heart attack? And there has been a lot of conflicting data on this in the past of, is there a correlation between being on TRT and developing heart attack or stroke? And some of that comes from the fact that, yes, you have to monitor your hematocrit levels, meaning the thickness of your blood. And we know that if your blood gets too thick, you're obviously at risk for a clot. But that actually is what led to an FDA warning in 2015 that said that there is a possible cardiovascular risk, which is what prompted further trials. And from the period of 2016 to 2022, there was a set of trials called the T trials that showed that there was a slight increase in coronary plaque, but no definitive major adverse cardiac event signal. And then finally, all of this was put to rest just about a year ago when what's called the Traverse trial came out. And this was a randomized control trial of 5,200 patients who received testosterone or placebo for almost 2 years. And that demonstrated that TRT did not increase the risk of major cardiovascular events in middle-aged or older men with low testosterone, which actually made the FDA issue a completely new label for testosterone that came out February 28th of this year. So just a month and a half ago, the FDA finally changed its warning label about testosterone. And it said, led by the Traverse trials results, the FDA is recommending changes to current labeling language to include adding the results of this trial to all testosterone products and removing the boxed warning related to increased risk of adverse cardiovascular outcomes for all testosterone products. They did also say, though, that you have to add a warning to the ones that don't already have it, that it could increase your risk of elevated blood pressure a little bit. Okay, so what is TRT, right? How do we actually give it? What forms does it take? So the approved indications, excuse me, are pathologic hypogonadism, meaning you have low testosterone and the symptoms that we spoke about. And there's a whole bunch of different formulations out there. There are things like intramuscular injections that you administer yourself or by a doctor. There are auto-injector pens similar to an EpiPen that's given once a week. There's transdermal gels or patches that are applied daily to the arms. There's sublingual, there's intranasal gels, there's subdermal pellets or depot injections of testosterone that you come in to see your doctor every couple of months for. You put in a couple of hormone-releasing pellets that dissolve over time, and you kind of forget about it until that point. And then this is something that needs to be monitored. So, like I mentioned earlier, there's about 40% of men that don't even get follow-up, but it is very important to actually monitor your serum testosterone levels, your blood counts, and your PSA levels for the reasons that I previously mentioned. Initially, in my practice at least, I always tell people to do that every 2 to 3 months, especially after starting. Eventually, you could stretch that out to a little bit further durations, sometimes every 6 months, as long as people are stable on it. But it is definitely important to keep an eye on things. As far as benefits and risks, right? I think we're starting to see some of them already, but potential benefits include increased lean body mass, bone mineral density, right, preventing osteoporosis, increase in libido, mood, and energy, and improved insulin sensitivity, according to some studies, just because of the the correlation, I should say, with metabolic syndrome in general. Potential risks, one of the reasons we monitor the blood count, like I mentioned, is the increase in hematocrit and the risk of polycythemia, so forming a blood clot. Sometimes people will be on testosterone. Their hematocrit will get to a dangerously high level. I actually don't tell them stop the testosterone. If they're feeling good on it, I'll have them either go donate blood or go get phlebotomy, meaning they get their blood drawn off with a hematologist, and they can continue to take this stuff as long as it's being monitored appropriately. It may worsen sleep apnea a little bit, and there is a fertility suppression, meaning it will shut down your body's production of sperm. So TRT is a form of exogenous testosterone. You're receiving testosterone that your body is not going to be producing anymore. The factory that makes testosterone in your body is the testicles primarily. So after a certain period of time, the factory down there will get shut down, and the testicles just have two jobs, like I mentioned earlier, testosterone and sperm production. So your sperm count will go down to 0, and potentially that's irreversible. And it is also something that will suppress restarting whatever baseline testosterone production you have. So I tell people that once you start this stuff, after a couple of months, maybe not so much, but after a certain period of time, a year or more, your body becomes dependent on it. Since it shut down that factory, if you stop TRT 3 years into being on it, there's a decent chance you're gonna crash pretty hard and have some pretty bothersome symptoms, because that natural factory has not rebooted. And so you're dependent on this long term. So that's something always to keep in mind. So what are some non-pharmacological options? So you don't necessarily have to go on TRT to boost your testosterone levels. There's been a lot of different studies that have shown that simple things like weight loss, resistance training, and sleep and stress management can all impact this. So the body converts testosterone into estrogen in the male body by an enzyme called aromatase that is stored in fat cells. And people who have a higher body fat content will likely have more of their testosterone shunted into estrogen. So losing weight, losing some body fat will absolutely help increase your testosterone levels. Resistance training, strength training can also boost endogenous testosterone production. Nutritional factors, of course, and sleep and stress management, it's important for that HPG axis. So when I mentioned that it's a circadian rhythm that regulates testosterone production, after you wake up, your testosterone gets produced in the highest levels. So sleep is very important also. So in summary, testosterone does decline with age, not always pathologic. The diagnosis of it requires the presence of clinical symptoms and biochemical confirmation on those 2 morning lab draws. And it should be individualized. It should not just be used indiscriminately. I think, the proliferation of a lot of these clinics that are out there now, it has been a little bit dangerous in my opinion. And there is ongoing research that continues to refine the indications and the safety profiles as recently as last month. And patient education and lifestyle are the key components of management here. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Associate Professor at Psychiatry and Genetics, Director of Charles Brofman Institute, and lead of the Living Brain Project. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Alexander Charney.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I just want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak, and thank all of you for being here in the audience. I'd prepared this slide deck, but as I was meditating before, I decided to forget about the slides, and I'm just going to speak from the hip. The topic I'm going to be talking about today, as you can see from the title, is artificial intelligence. And when I was asked by the organizers to come speak on the topic specifically of artificial intelligence or AI, as it relates to aging and longevity, I had a bit of a imposter syndrome moment where I'm like, I'm an expert in artificial intelligence. I think I'm the vice chair of the AI department, so I've been doing AI research for a lot of years. I'm an expert in aging. I lead one of the largest studies of aging in the brain called the Living Brain Project. But I don't feel like I'm an expert in aging and longevity and AI together as one thing. So I'm like, I break out ChatGPT. Are there ChatGPT users in the audience? Good, good. So it feels like to hold the power of AI in your hand. And I took my phone out. I'm on ChatGPT looking, AI longevity, kind of what does this space look like? And as I'm doing it, I'm realizing I'm going through all these websites. These companies are making these, longevity biomarker tests that are based on AI, and they're going to make you live forever. And I was like, all right, nobody's an expert in this, right? So it's not just me. So that brings me to the first topic I want to talk about today. I want to hit upon, I got these notes here because when I threw away my slides, I started writing on the brochure before, a couple keywords that I didn't want to forget to talk about. I want to talk about hype. I want to talk about what I'm going to call that improves wellness, makes people live longer and live better. So let's talk about the hype first. In this frenzied search through the internet of what's going on in this AI longevity space, a lot of what I was seeing in the public-facing domain were these companies that are making pretty bold claims that we have a product that will make you live longer, a blood test that will somehow make you live longer. It sounds like bloodletting. It's a joke, but it's serious. These are companies that are putting products out to the community, making very bold claims about how artificial intelligence can be used to improve your life. A colleague of mine who leads the AI department with me, Krishna Karni, will often make the point that in that would be presented to you, on the internet or in a commercial or whatever. And the products that do make it there, that are from these companies, are never tested rigorously before they make it to the market. And this is true. So a lot of what we see when it comes to what's being marketed to us as an AI product that is going to improve our lifespan really has not been rigorously tested. And that's important. That's an important point I just wanted to make. So that said, there is this idea of these, what I'm calling this unproven truth. I'm a psychiatrist by training, and I'm not ashamed to say I'm also a patient. I go to therapy. And today I was talking to my therapist, and I told her that I'd started using ChatGPT. I was almost embarrassed to tell her this at home between our therapy sessions. I see her once a week or whatever. But there's times where I'm dealing with a stressful situation in my life, and I'd like some advice, and I can't bother her. So I started using ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT for advice, and I found that it was really helpful for me. And I thought she was going to yell at me, but she didn't. And it made me think about this idea that this wasn't a proven use of AI for my wellness. This is wellness, right? My mental wellness. This wasn't a proven use. This wasn't a study hadn't been done showing that if you use ChatGPT as your fake therapist between your real therapy sessions, that your mental health will improve. But even though I'm a psychiatrist, I'm a scientist, I don't believe things unless there's data. This to me felt like a true thing. This machine is helping me. It's making me feel better. And so there is this sense that's real, that many of you have probably experienced on your own, that AI it's an incredibly powerful tool. It feels magical when you're holding it in your hand to have this device that can speak to you like a human and help you through your problems and give you advice on how to live. There is this feeling that this can be good for me and is useful, but the data that shows this is true is still lacking. So that brings me to the third topic that I wanted to touch upon in this talk, which is the burden of proof. So how does Mount Sinai approach artificial intelligence? What is, I mean, you think about what Mount Sinai is, it's this big health system in New York City, all these hospitals, 400 clinics, an incredibly complex healthcare system. And it's got this school built into it, but we're not part of like major university, and we're not part of Harvard or Yale, where you've got this medical school attached to this massive university that also is a beacon of education in every other area. We're truly a health system and a medical school that's focused on discovering cures for disease. So what does an AI department in a place like Mount Sinai actually do? What is our responsibility? Our responsibility is not to develop the competitor to ChatGPT, right? We don't have billions of dollars. We're not Google, right? So that's not the space we're in. We're not developing the next tool that's going to outperform these amazing devices that already exist. That's not what we view as our responsibility. But our responsibility to the community is to figure out how AI can be used in a way to help people feel better, in a way that's driven by proof that this works, that this is good. This is what we're good at Mount Sinai. If there's a claim, as the previous speaker was showing with respect to testosterone, if there's a claim that's this may help you live better, live longer, well, rigorous studies need to be done to evaluate that claim. And that's true for AI as well. So how are we doing that at Mount Sinai? Well, I'll give you an example. It ties into that story I was telling you before about my own personal life. My expertise is in the disease known as schizophrenia, which some of you may have heard before. Schizophrenia is one of the most terrible illnesses you can imagine in a lot of ways. It starts in your 20s, begins usually by a patient believing that something is off. People are following them. Maybe they're hearing voices that aren't there telling them that they're terrible, or that this person on the street is a CIA agent who's after them. So the perception of reality is gone. Perception, what you hear is misfiring, and it progresses over the lifetime to a dementia-like state, and it's very hard to treat. It's one of the most difficult illnesses to treat and to have, and to be a family member of someone who has. And I was giving a talk to a community group about a year ago, and I was approached after the talk by someone who said, my brother has schizophrenia, and I noticed that he was playing around with my ChatGPT account, and he was talking to the ChatGPT about his hallucinations, the voices that he hears that aren't there. And it was hours and hours of talking to the ChatGPT, and the guy had this insight, that the guy who's speaking to me, not the patient, that the GPT had what he called infinite patience. Whereas the family members of the suffering man, there's a limit. They can't talk to him at 3 a.m. about his hallucinations for 4 hours. It's just a limit to how much you can do for someone, no matter how much you love them. And the doctor can't be around all the time. Like I was telling you about my therapist, right? But the AI agent is always there, and it never gets tired of talking to you. So he set about working on developing, but there was one limitation. At some point, the way OpenAI has coded ChatGPT to work, it does shut down at some point if what you're saying to it suggests you need medical help. and it may say, you know, I'm kind of done talking to you. You need to go to like the emergency room to get care. It's kind of programmed to do that. And in this case, that's not actually what we want it to keep helping, right? We actually want the AI agent to be part of the care team. We don't want it to say, go get care. We want it to think of itself as part of the care team. So he set about kind of building on top of ChatGPT, a version that would do this for his brother. And he approached me to tell me the story, and I said to him, man, it's an incredible story. He's doing this on his own in his basement. Why don't you join our team at Mount Sinai and let's do this for real? We'll partner with a company that makes a human-like AI avatar. So not right when you've interacted with ChatGPT, it's a text exchange. But now the next iteration of AI agents isn't just going to be a text exchange. It's going to be someone that looks like a human talking to you. And so I said to him, let's come work for us. We'll form a partnership, which now we've done. We're in the process of finalizing this partnership with Microsoft to use the latest version of that type of tool that they've already developed, which isn't on the market yet. And we will train this AI agent to be what you're picturing for your brother. And then we will test it. We're not just going to give it to your brother. We'll test it in a controlled way. We will compare people who use it to people who don't and see, does this actually help? The idea is that this AI companion accompanying his brother through the world will just help him navigate the world with this difficult mental illness and help him live a better, healthier, longer life. So that's what we're doing. But this it's kind of in the early stages, but that's one example of the type of thing we're doing at Mount Sinai. And so it's not just about taking the latest magical tool and just throwing it out in the world and saying, this is going to fix all your problems, right? It's taking the latest technology, but then really applying the principles of good medical research to establish that these tools actually can help you feel better. Now, once these tools exist, that's great. And now you'll have these tools on the market, and there'll be hundreds of them. And this is already happening here. Hundreds and hundreds of new companies are being formed, and new products are being pitched. Every day, Mount Sinai is approached by a new company that says, we've developed an AI, whatever, that can do whatever, cure this disease or help this group of patients. And for Mount Sinai, like I said, we view our role to the community as to be the mechanism through which products like this, when they're useful, reach our patients. So that when a patient is recommended the use of an AI tool from a doctor or someone at Mount Sinai, they can feel like that tool has the stamp of approval. So, but for us to actually do that there's an incredible set of barriers. So if a company wants to work with Mount Sinai or someone who has developed a tool that they feel can help people that uses AI live a better life, for us to actually go about using it in our health system, evaluating whether it works in our patient population, takes an incredible amount of work. Dozens of people spending many, many hours, legal teams, data scientists, doctors, nurses. You can imagine this is to just do that for one potentially useful tool. How do we do that when there's hundreds of these tools coming out all the time? It's an incredible challenge. I don't have an answer for you, but what we're doing as a health system is that's how we're thinking about this. It's not just about developing one cool and potentially helpful new tool like that AI companion to help people with schizophrenia, but also how do we serve our community by evaluating hundreds of these tools at the same time so that we can put our stamp of approval on the ones that work and allow our patients to benefit from them. And for the ones that don't work, we don't put our stamp of approval on them. And we can inform our patients that this is not something that really does what it claims to do. So with that, I'll just say, the challenge that we have in the AI space is, to balance, hype with reality, but to not give up on this, what drives the hype, right? Because underlying the hype is this kind of like drive to dream extremely big, right? That when you've interacted with a machine that seems to be able to understand your emotions, the possibilities of what this technology can do when it comes to living a healthy life, seem endless, right? And we don't want to lose that kind of inspiring drive, but we also don't want to get carried away by it and give in and use tools that aren't properly vetted. So, I'll stop there and just say, anybody who's interested in the work that we're doing in this space, always feel free to Google or ChatGPT, Mount Sinai AI, and you'll find us. And thanks for your attention, and happy to take questions if there's time.
There are some developments happening that over next 10 years, they may create a digital twin of me, which may have my own ancestry, my own comorbidities, my genetic, whatever ancestry which I have gotten. It will individualize based on my own DNA, what's my likelihood of having a problem next 10 years. Do you think that kind of a model can predict or provide a better help to the patients? Because it can be individualized for me, it can be individualized for anyone else. So if we create such twins which those twins will tell that what's the likelihood of an MI, what's the likelihood of having another medical problem down the road, what's the likelihood of having a cancer? Because one of the themes we had in this meeting was that there are four most prominent reasons why we lose people. Cardiac health is one of the most important one. Second is the cancer. Third is bungee jumping or things like that. And fourth is a stroke, and then comes diabetes. So if we can create a personalized model for that person and they say, you are heading in this trajectory, your digital twin is going to have this stroke in next 7 years. While if you just tweak this dial on this side, you will not have it anything. Do you think we are working something like that?
I do. And I know Dr. Fayad, who's here in the audience, is actively working on building that up at Mount Sinai. I absolutely think that vision is the future, and the challenge is getting there. And what's needed is studies exactly like the one Dr. Fayad is doing, where they're building the data that's needed to actually have someone's digital twin, right? Like, so for instance, what you're saying, amazing, right? If I could have my digital twin right now in a machine, right? That would be incredible.
Yeah.
Right? But the data to create that is not there yet. But Zahi can tell you about how he's doing it.
I thought I had done a good job in organizing this event, but I had left one of the real critical person from this meeting. Let's why don't.
So number one, I'm actually enjoying it better to be an observer rather than a participant. But of course, it's a community that we're building here. Of course. And Alex said, yes, we're really trying to build upon other things to create that digital twin of the precision medicine. So Alex has been working on genetics and trying to find genetic traits that could predict disease. But we also heard a lot here today. It's not only genetics, it's also lifestyle behavior. And you need to add the two together. And we are now also at an era where we can utilize many tools. We're going to hear about, did we hear about sensors or not yet? Because I missed it. Okay. So sensors are with us now today. They're being used mainly as a consumer product, but they are evolving obviously as a healthcare product. So there will be part of what we will get assessment on a daily basis, instead of only getting assessment on a yearly basis or maybe not as frequently. And then yes, integrating as much data as possible. However, I also have to be realistic. We don't know right now how much data we need to build a digital twin. Right now we're thinking about it. The way we're thinking about it is very expensive because we don't know which are the ones that will be the most useful for us. And therefore, when we say expensive, mean that it can never be scaled. So what we're trying to do is trying to understand, let's try to collect as much data as possible and then figure out from the let's say 100,000 data points that we collect on somebody, we're going to be able to maybe use 100 data points, 10 data points to eventually better understand what health is. So it's very baby in its formation, but it is the time now to take it to that level, because we heard today it's not only chronic diseases that are important, but it's important to understand your health over the lifespan. And Sinai is, as you've seen here, there's a lot of people putting in a lot of their effort, their energy, and their passion into trying to do such a thing.
Stay here for a few. Can you play this? I want you to listen to this a little bit.
Sure.
Version of independence, needing help with bathing, dressing, or appointments, and perhaps most importantly, the danger of social isolation, losing touch with community, purpose, and connection. These are the real indicators of how well we are aging. This chart shows how muscle mass steadily declines from our 20s onward in men versus women. By our 70s or 80s, we've lost a significant portion of that lean muscle, leading to weakness, imbalance, and frailty. Maintaining muscle isn't just about strength, it's about preserving independence. It affects everything from our ability to recover from surgery, to how we metabolize medication, to whether we can rise. Ready. Yeah.
He put all his work,
Yeah.
everything that he's published so far, all the talks that he's given, and created the Deepak Chopra.
So
That's very powerful.
Deepak's prostate cancer guy is me. So if it is possible to clone my voice, think about doing a whole body scan, which goes into the highest level of resolution from brain to the body. Every time of kind of it, and you will be hearing about some of the biomarkers. All the biomarkers are there, the genes are there, my ancestry is here, my height, weight, and everything. I think it is possible in next 5 to 10 years that there will be a digital twin, and no one better than two of you. You have in 1 million people's gene information yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think this ties it all really well together, because when I was searching during my preparing for this talk on the internet, I was finding companies saying, "Oh, like create your digital twin." And, I'm familiar with Zahi's work, so I'm thinking, well, it's not simple as like you just create my digital twin. Like the real hard, blood, sweat, and tears need to be put into doing the work the right way, like Zahi's doing, to make digital twins a reality. I completely agree, though. On that timeline, it will be real, thanks to that.
And you tie that with the sensors which are built in, the nanotechnologies are coming out. You're not talking about just the wearable sensors. There are breath analyzers, there are contact lenses, and there are clothes, the undergarments, which are sensors.
Sweat markers.
So skin strips here.
Yeah.
So all that, there will be a much better diagnosis of problem before they have happened. That's the theme here. Avoid any injury. That makes sense. Predict anything which is gonna happen in next 1 year, which is totally curable now and may not be that curable 1 year from now. That's a good medicine. Change certain lifestyles, exercise, eating right, all those things make sense. Be a happy person while we are doing it, because we are not always anxious about it. That's the theme why we are having a mind-body connection into this. And having the next generation of preventive medicine with this digital twin and other AI-based models, I think it's going to see a major change in how we will live, and hopefully we live healthier and better. That's the theme.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our second to last speaker is the Chief Medical Officer of Very Well Health, expert in wearables, technology, and lifestyle medicine. Without further ado, Dr. Sohab Matiz. Sohab Matiz. All right, sorry. That was my mistake. But I'm very interested to hear this stuff. I love it.
Thanks everyone for having me here today. I'm talking about a subject which I'm very passionate about, which is wearables, We've heard a lot about biometrics and data and digital twins. I think a very big part of the conversation are these sensors that I assume a lot of us are now wearing, right? Increase of adoption of wearables is really changing how we're looking at our health. So I want to start off with a few questions. Who here is using some sort of wearable right now? If I could have a show of hands. Okay, good. I think that's about at least 50%. And who here, and I know there's maybe a few physicians here as well, who's had a patient come to them with wearable data? Okay, so no, okay, we have a few hands in the back. And who as a human or as a person or as a patient gone to their physician and shown them some type of wearable data and asked them questions about it? Okay, we have a few more hands there. So people are starting to show their physicians and wanting answers to what does this mean? You know, activity metrics, sleep metrics, stress metrics. So we know wearables have changed a lot. They've come a long way in the last 15 years. So for some stats, 1 in 3 Americans use wearables, right? And 80% of them are willing to share that data with their physician. So that becomes really interesting for us because we have so many metrics that are being measured 24/7. Whilst your physician maybe see you a few times a year, these wearables are with us all the time, right? They're taking up these little signals and they're becoming more sophisticated. So the big thing is what has changed? I mean, we've had Fitbits and Garmins for a long time, but in the last few years, we've seen the algorithms become a lot more sophisticated and a lot more accurate. So this kind of paradigm shift has enabled us to get a lot more insights from the data we're generating. So for example of this, who remembers like food logging? How difficult is that? You know, going on an app, logging every meal. Well, now you can take a picture, right? With computer vision, you can start to get your macros with a picture. Still estimates, not always accurate, but pretty good. And then step tracking, simple thing we've always done. But now the wearables of today are starting to see VO2 max. And VO2 max we'll go into, it's a proxy for longevity, your cardiovascular fitness. But wearables, as of late, are starting to give us estimations of VO2 max, which is a very powerful indicator of how long we could live. And with that, we're starting to even get apps which measure your body fat percentage from just a camera. I was talking to a company, Prism Labs, and they have a sensor which is accurate at some of the weighing scales and giving you body impedance or working out your body fat percentage and muscle mass, which is super interesting, right? Just taking a video of yourself 360 degrees to give you that type of data. So my point being, like, wearables have really evolved and we're starting to use this data. And as physicians, unfortunately, we don't get training in medical school. We don't get much training on nutrition, exercise, sleep, stress management. And as a board certified lifestyle medicine physician, that's something I really believe in. I think can really help prevent chronic disease, but also help us age well. But with this data, if your patient comes to you as a physician, you understand it, but you don't know what interventions to tell them to do. You don't know how to interpret the data. And with these changes in terms of sleep staging and all these metrics, we're getting to a more accurate point. So for example, sleep staging previously, the gold standard is go to a lab, use something called PSG, and you get how much REM sleep you're having, deep sleep you're having. But now with the latest Oura Ring, you can get 80% sensitivity almost on certain sleep stages and how accurate that is. So it may not be 100% accurate, but directionally, as you make changes, take a certain supplement or you stop drinking alcohol, you can start to correlate those changes with what's happening. And I think that's a very positive kind of feedback mechanism for you to change that behavior. Because as a doctor, I've told patients to change behaviors, and it's very hard, right? When you don't know so I stand by, if you don't measure it, it's hard to manage. So it's very important for us to kind of think about how can our patients change behaviors by looking at data, right? When you show someone they make a change that a doctor's told them, if they don't see any change, they're likely to stop. But when you see these changes of like the HRV getting better, which we'll get into, which is a good proxy for stress and recovery, and we'll get into that, it's really interesting how that works. And the big problem is our electronic health records, unfortunately, don't have this data integrated to them at the moment, but hopefully in the future we will. And we've seen companies take strides. The Apple Watch, the heart sensors are FDA approved, which is really important for us. Oura, now as a chief medical officer, also looking at sleep studies and stress studies as well, which is really interesting. And last week, some really interesting data came out. If anyone knows Whoop, Whoop is a company, it's a strap. They collaborated with Nature and published something on sleep and exercise. Mostly stuff we already knew. We know exercise affects sleep. But what was really interesting here was that what they found was if you exercise intensely 4 hours before sleeping, it affects the quality of your sleep, right? So you're trying to get that workout in, you're busy, but you could be negatively affecting your sleep, right? How many people think of that? So this type of data starts us to understand what lifestyle interventions we should be using to age well and live longer. Another thing was we know heart rate was higher overnight. We know heart rate variability was worse, and that also impacted sleep. So 4 hours was that cutoff mark. And they looked at 4.3 million nights across 15,000 members. Now, that wouldn't be possible without wearable devices. That type of data is hard to gather without having these continuous monitors. So I'm looking forward to having more real world data to start to spot these trends and start to bring this to patients and consumers. So we're going to go into the 4 pillars and understand kind of how these 4 pillars, these biometrics can help us live a healthier life. So these pillars are sleep, stress, nutrition, and exercise. And before we start going into that, I also want to say that there are clinically validated variables. Corsano has been in many clinical trials. It also measures things like blood pressure accurately and heart rates. So we're also starting to see on the clinical side, these validations come through, which is very important for physicians and physicians in the room, but also for accuracy. So we go through the 4 pillars that I just named. So starting off with stress. When you think about stress, it's probably one of the hardest metrics to quantify, very subjective. Often, you ask someone, you get a feeling back. But we know metrics like heart rate variability, which is the milliseconds between heartbeats, is a proxy for recovery and stress, right? Higher heart rate variability scores, HRVs, if you have a wearable, you probably see them, generally means you're in better health. As it gets lower, either you're recovering from a strenuous workout or you feel more stressed. We know a lot of different lifestyle factors can change HRV, right? We're getting more data into that. Now, HRV, interestingly, with activity on these wearables, less accurate when you're asleep or when you're at rest. The measurements are quite good. But to get the actual accuracy for these, probably a chest strap is best. And we'll see the wrist wearables get a lot better at that. We're also seeing now electrodermal activity, right? EDA sensors. And I got a wearable sent to me, which had an EDA sensor. And what an EDA sensor does, it measures conductivity of the skin and sweat. And through that, you can start to understand the stress response as well. So with EDA sensors, it becomes really interesting to start to correlate with people's moods, how people are feeling stressed or not stressed, and then deliver things like time-based interventions or adaptive interventions like breath work or meditation. We saw Deepak Chopra do a brilliant meditation, but having that in the time you need it can really help you feel less stressed. So we're starting to get smarter with the use of things like AI and understanding these biofeedback to understand people to get those interventions when they most need it. So we're going to exercise, kind of one of my favorite topics here. And we see exercise by resting heart rate. We talk about that a lot. Interesting data that if you have resting heart rate above 80 compared to if you have it below 60, you're 45% increased chance of mortality and death, right? So looking at those type of numbers become really interesting for us. Going further than that, I talked about VO2 max, and VO2 max is the maximum oxygen your body gets when you're intensely exercising, and it varies by person. Generally, people who are younger and fitter have higher VO2 max numbers, and you can improve VO2 max by HIIT training, 4x4 protocols, generally improving your cardiovascular exercise performance, but also strength training. So with VO2 max, it gets interesting because we know our VO2 max in our 20s and 30s, at that baseline, it declines probably 10% on average by decade. Means that if we're in our 70s, if we have a higher VO2 max 20s and 30s, it will be higher then. And that will let us do things like climb stairs, basic functional activities that are so important to daily living, right? So it's important to start to think about longevity and how these numbers like VO2 max might correlate to what you're doing in the future. And then things like recovering from exercise, looking at your heart rate change from when you're exercising intensely and how fast it goes back to baseline. There's also studies showing how that can be related to cardiovascular and metabolic health. So going from exercise, we go to nutrition, which is obviously it's a massive field. Interestingly, I talked about computer vision, apps like MyFitnessPal and Cal.ai now also do, work out what your macros are like. But what's really interesting is continuous glucose monitoring. It's revolutionized diabetes. Diabetics now change their behavior based on what they're eating. Seeing people swap out foods and effectively manage their diabetes. But now we're also seeing healthy people use continuous glucose monitors. And the purpose of that is for aging well and longevity, but also driving behavior change. So Abbott sent me a wearable about a year ago, tried the lingo, and it changed my eating behavior. And there was a study that was done on about 2,200 people, and it showed that those who looked at the glucose spikes, those who were overweight, ended up losing weight by just changing what they were eating. So it was a strong driver for behavior change, and this debate on continuous glucose monitors, how useful are they for healthy people? But there are some studies emerging showing that having more glucose spikes can increase chances of vascular damage but also inflammation in the body. And there's more research to be done there. But that becomes really interesting. And we're starting to see healthy people start to look at that data and drive actions as well. And then we're going to sleep. So sleep, we talked about sleep labs, picking up things like sleep apnea. Apple now notifies you if you have sleep disturbances, so you potentially could have sleep apnea. Obviously, that's a prompt for you to go see your physician. You'll see your physician, they can do the real test or the gold standard test and start to come to a diagnosis, right? There's so many people who are undiagnosed with sleep apnea. With the rise of obesity, we know more and more people have sleep apnea. It goes unmissed. It affects your quality of life, your mood. We know if you're sleep deprived, the next day, you're more likely to overconsume calories by about 300, right? You're more likely to, have irritable mood. So there's very interesting links between the data that we as humans try and interpret, but our physicians can really help us with this continuous data monitoring. So with sleep, for example, we know alcohol affects REM sleep, right? So if you see your REM sleep reducing, you can probably say, hey, let me go without alcohol and see if that improves. Same with caffeine. We have different genotypes. We talk about genetics. It's good to tell everyone, hey, don't drink caffeine 6 hours before bed because it's going to affect your sleep. But I've seen people who are hyper responders versus low responders because they have different caffeine metabolism. So it becomes interesting what the data is doing for you. And that's like the N=1 type of studies. And this brings real world data to physicians, but also to clinical trials. So it becomes really interesting. And 35% of America has tried a sleep tracker, and it drove 68% of people to change their sleep behaviors, right? And we know we live in a society of sleep deprivation and we don't prioritize sleep. And it's so important. We talk about testosterone today and longevity. Sleep is one of the key behaviors for you to live longer and live well. So from all this, it gets really interesting because now we're starting to connect the dots, right? We're starting to see how our heart rate, how our calorie expenditure, heart rate variability, our sleep stages, quality of sleep, skin temperature, all these variables are coming together. And with the advancements in machine learning and AI, which can go through all this mountains of data and start to spot trends, we can start to predict, okay, is someone at risk of a certain condition, right? Are they becoming pre-diabetic, right? Also start to see sickness. I mean, I myself, my Oura Ring started saying it has a symptom radar, and it told me my HRV was down, my heart rate was up, my respiratory rate was up. I was basically coming down with COVID. I took a COVID test, it was negative. So before that, I started taking some preventative actions, start resting up to understand what's happening. So this world of prediction, this future of personalized, predictive, preventative medicine is kind of where we're going, where we're going to be. And these wearables and sensors are going to be a big part of that journey. And they're becoming more and more sophisticated. I've seen in the works right now, wearables for air quality. There's wearables for sensing how much UV radiation you're getting, which is really important for things like skin cancer. You're also getting wearables looking at psychological and cognition health. There was a company out of MIT which looked at eye tracking and understanding is someone having cognitive decline. We start to intervene early with lifestyle factors. So it starts to become really interesting. And we talked about psychological health, voice biomarkers, how they can start to give signals of someone being anxious or having low mood. So it all becomes really interesting when you kind of bring these pieces of the puzzle together. And it's really important for us to kind of adopt these, but then also I do want to caveat that the data always has noise, and it's important to also not get anxious because there are some studies which show people who look at the data too much can start to get a little bit of anxiety. So it's important to kind of caveat this and show your physician until it becomes sophisticated enough. So I do completely recognize that. But as the accuracy is improving, we're in a state where we can start to form that digital twin, and wearables are a big part of that. So for those who want to know more about how to use wearables, what to do, Verywell Health, which I'm Chief Medical Officer of, and health.com, we provide articles on how to use wearables, how to pick wearables, and also how to show data to your clinicians so you can get the best insights possible. So thank you for having me here today, and I'm looking forward to the next talks.
This is the time to end the session. And I want to start by thanking everyone who took about half a day to spend time with us and learn about what we were going to talk about it. Thank you. Patience and you all are very important for me. I especially want to thank my team because I come up with the ideas and they are the one who really make it happen. So I will take the lead to or request Michael and Smita to come here so that they can thank their team, and then they can also thank the speakers too.
So thank you everyone for coming tonight, for the whole day pretty much, and the team who made it happen. all the volunteers, Smita, Anastasia, who is outside, everyone who participated. It was a great event. And you will have the recording soon. So for those who didn't attend all the sessions, there will be a video soon. I will be sending a lot of emails to your inboxes.
Thank you, everyone.